What's going on, my people? This your boy, Mr. OBF, back one time for your mind. Welcome to the OBF the Network, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel, go to OBF, the real Cash App, and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys to donate to the channel. All right, people, let's get it there, man. We got a lot to talk about. Been a couple of days. I'll say RIP to my Aunt Farron. She passed away this morning. So yeah, that shit's sitting on my mind. My aunt passed away this morning. So, I'm not like in a weird space, but I'm kind of like, she's been sick for a little minute, but still, a lot of motherfucking family members died in this last year and a half, probably 2 years. A lot of my elders, you know what I mean? A lot of the elders are passing away and shit. And then a lot of times they die around times that some of my younger cousins or, shit like that got killed or passed away. So it's like the death of their anniversary, then a couple of days after they passed away or some shit like that. It'd be weird shit like that. So you just be in a headspace, like you understand how shit's supposed to be, like when people are sick and shit like that, but it still fucks you up a little bit. But yeah, because I had just seen her fucking Christmas, and you know what I mean. She was okay. She was moving around and shit like that, but she wasn't. She was kind of still. We knew she was sick, but she kind of was moving around pretty good. People could put on a show sometimes, but then it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like I said, I deal with death differently, so it'll hit me when it's supposed to hit me. But yeah, shout out to my brother Bell in the building. What's going on, brother Bell? Appreciate it, bro. Well, yeah, a lot of death, man. A lot of death in the last year. A lot of my aunts and uncles and shit, man, passing away. Shit crazy. And you gotta remember and shit, like I grew up under them. Like I used to hang with them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like to see them gone and shit, and then to see me getting old. Like the age that I am right now, this is when I was hanging around them. You get what I mean? I mean, like this is the age when how old they was when I was hanging around them. So yeah, it's just weird to see. And then sometimes you can't, you gotta remember shit. Like a lot of my aunts and uncles and shit, they like, they're in their late 60s and shit. I think my other aunt that's the oldest and shit, I think she's 70. So yeah, like so they up there. You know what I mean? And then they've been fucking around. A lot of them fucking around with drugs and shit back in the day. They didn't take care of themselves very well. A couple of them had strokes and shit. Well, my one aunt that passed away, my first aunt passed away. She been sick since she hurt herself on the job. So she been sick since the 80s. You know what I mean? So she had got that accident in the hospital because she used to be a nurse, and she fucked up, slipped and hurt herself or some shit like that. She ain't been right since then. And then I think my oldest aunt, she had a stroke like a couple of years ago. She ain't been right. Then my uncle turned around right after that and had 2 strokes. So then he passed away last year, my Uncle Chuck. So yeah, they like a lot of them. They had a lot of like shit happen to them, man. Diabetes, all that shit. Like so, it comes even with coming with the health and shit. Like they had diabetes and shit. So I just look at death. I don't try to like judge. I believe in a higher power, but I try not to blame God for taking away people and shit. You get what I mean? Because nobody knows when they do this. It just hurt when they gone. Like, you know what I mean? You know when they gone, you're never gonna see them again. So it's just like that's the hurting part. I think when you deal with people's, like for me, I look at death differently because I look at it like, I think what hurts me more is that I know I can't see them no more. That hurts. But the process of them passing away and shit like that, it doesn't really bother me like that, because it's just like you understand that people do die, right? And then if you know people certain situations, they sick. So it's like, you kind of can't really get that upset. Just me personally, right? But certain deaths hurt you differently. It affects you differently. Put it that way. But yeah, so you know, and then through the years, and sometimes you ain't as close as you used to be. So that kind of brings a different sting to it. You know what I mean? But like I said, I just deal with death differently. I've been dealing with death since I was 8. So, you know, I just see death differently, and death just hits me differently. You know what I mean? So, and then like I'll leave with this: the older you get, um, you just see death differently. You know what I mean? Because the older you get, you start to feel how close you could be close to it. You get what I mean? So you just kind of like, you know what I mean? It's not like kind of pushing through some shit. It's just kind of like, okay, this shit real out here. Especially when like people you close to, basically partly raised you. You know what I mean? And they just pass away all of a sudden. That shit is like weird. Like you start to like really think about that shit. But I never really get caught up in like, I just don't deal with death differently. I mean, I just don't deal with death like other people deal with it. I've seen so much of it. It's just it's not normal, but it just hits me differently. I think when I was younger and shit, if this would have happened, I probably would have been tore up. Like, you get what I mean? But as you get older, you deal with death differently. It don't hit the same when you're young. Because you kind of see what shit really is for what it is. Nobody lives forever, bro. That's why I say this is why I talk about the shit that I talk about on the show, to try to make people start like live your life though. Like live your life, but be very aware of your own behavior, how you treat people, and how you have to move in life. You can't just move recklessly all the time. I learned that too, because when I was very young, I used to move very reckless. I got lucky for a lot of shit, because a lot of times I could have been dead. So I look at shit like that. That's why, like, I just watch who I hang around. I watch how I talk to people and shit like that. Like, you gotta watch that shit. You know what I mean? And you want to leave an impression on people. You know what I mean? You don't want to leave this bad taste in somebody's mouth about you. You know what I mean? So that's why I move the way I move. If I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you. I don't really give a fuck if I left a bad taste in your mouth or not. That means I really give a fuck about you anyway. A lot of times, you know what I mean? But people that you close to, you don't want to leave that type of, you know what I mean? That type of impact. That type of bad taste in their mouth about you. You know what I mean? So yeah. But anyway, people, I ran a little too much. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, it hurts. Like I'm hurt, but I'm told you I'm more hurt because I know I ain't gonna see that person again. That's what hurts me more. It's not that they died, believe it or not. Because like I said, everybody dies, bro. And like I said, she was sick. Like a lot of my aunts and uncles, they were sick. Like they was, you know what I mean? My aunt just had surgeries. Shit can happen. She got surgery because of something, the illness she had. So it's not the death. It's not the death. It's not them dying. It's knowing that you ain't gonna never see them again. You can't call them up and be like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like that shit is real. That's what affects me. That's when I know shit is real. Like you can't go see that person no more. When you say you ain't see somebody in a while, you go around, you like, "Yo, what's up with such and such?" You seen what's her name? Like you can't do that. So yeah. But anyway, that's what hurts me. You know what I mean? It's not the death. It's the knowing that you ain't gonna never see them or hear from them again. You know what I mean? Hopefully heaven is real or some shit. You know what I mean? And we get to see them again. But we don't know that. But anyway, I got this clip. If y'all don't know who this dude is, Hassan Piker is somebody that used to work for Jenkins, and I used to work over at TYT, and he said some real disrespectful shit about black people. I took offense of it. I don't know how everybody else may take offense of it. I took offense of it. But he's supposed to be so much of a progressive left winger. These people supposed to be progressives. This is the real reason why I say black Americans, we don't really have allies. We have associates. We associate with people. We don't have allies. No one is our ally in 2026. No one. Sorry. They're just not. We got our own shit we got to deal with. You know what I mean? And so for us to really be giving a fuck about other groups of people at this point in time in 2026 that we're in, we don't really have the time and the patience for it. At least I know I don't. So, do this kind of really shocks me in 2026? No. Because he was so much about, bringing people together and shit like this. But this is why we don't have allies. And then Anna, I don't know what this little bitch been on. I don't understand. I understand the drift, but I understand it's very frustrating of losing, right? Like to see the country the way it is and how it seemed like how we worked when we did somewhat come together and how hard we worked for things to progress. And to see now that we in 2026 and see how fucked up the country is, just on a social level amongst us as Americans, right? I can see how frustrating it can be, right? It's very frustrating. Don't get me wrong, I'm frustrated, but I'm not shocked, right? And I think that's the effect of what has been happening. I'm not shocked anymore. So a lot of this shit doesn't shock me. I'm very disappointed, but I'm not shocked. So she goes off on this rant about AOC, and the shit gets ugly, people. And then Hassan Piker comes in, I think a black somebody in the chat that was somebody was in the chat that was black, just asked him a simple question, and he went off on like, listen, people, it got to the point where it seemed like I just was waiting for him to say nigga. Call black people niggas. Like I just was waiting on that. That's how close that shit got. Like how mad he got. But let's get into it. But the whole point is we ain't got no motherfucking allies, people. We ain't got no allies. Black folks, we ain't got no allies. It's just us against the world. Like that, you gotta look at it. My pop says Pop says it's me against the world, baby. That's just us. That's how we gotta live right now. We can't trust these people, man. We can't even trust a whole bunch of white liberals. Like you just can't. It's just we out here. We out here. But and we're gonna get into this Chilli and Nick shit again. Like, man, fuck them, man. Fuck them. Like I said, none of this shit shocks me, but it's disappointing, man. I'm disappointed in Nick Cannon. Especially Nick, I'm very disappointed in him. But it is what it is. Let's get into it, people.
Across this video and are not subscribed to my channel, go ahead and click that subscribe button. I'd be happy to have you. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks. Her and Cenk, for years, they have been kissing the ground that AOC walks on for years, right? And now they are in her comment section attacking her. And it's just not the Young Turks. It's all these.
And hold up. And let me just say this too. This is what's disturbing to what what you seeing Cenk and Anna and the Young Turks are doing. When it's all of a sudden sit down with the Tucker Carlsons and the Marjorie Taylor Greens, all these right wingers, all of a sudden, and it seems like a drift, but I don't really believe it is. I don't really think it's a drift. I think when you get because for years they was telling Democrats the corporate Democrats, to don't bend, fight. And that's not Democrat style, right? So that shit is frustrating, right? See, I try to get in the minds of how people be thinking stupidity, but like the hypocrisy of when they do stupid shit, right? So they wasn't doing that. And I believe they didn't do it either. I think the Democrats is weak. I always said that. Like, this is the real reason why I stopped being a Democrat, right? Just like even when it comes to religion, that's the reason why I'm not. It's reasons why. You see the hypocrisy of people, and then if you dig deeper down and you do a lot more research in history of shit, you understand why people do shit. Now, let me say this: I may not be a Democrat. But I lean left, right? Because I believe in the Democrat policies. I just don't believe in the party. And it's a difference, right? But I won't stand idly by and be a part of a fucking party that lies. I mean, not lie, but do the same dirty shit. Like, they say one thing and then they do the opposite, right? Instead of telling people the truth, this is what I always tell people. That's why I ain't afraid to tell a right winger. Yes, I lean left. I'm with left wing policies, but I am not a Democrat. Listen, the problem with politicians is, and I always said this, and what voters need to know, right? It's almost the same shit that MAGA try to pull, but at least we can be honest about it. Listen, it's no politician you will ever vote for, right? That if you're saying that you want the country, everybody to feel comfortable, everybody gonna be one, right? You gotta somehow say, look, I can give you this, but I'm not gonna ever give you that. But I'll give you this. But you gotta give us this, and I get that y'all may not never ever get it. We'll come back and talk about it. It's shit like that. You really gotta negotiate, really. But it ain't not one politician ever in history, not even Donald Trump, right? Which I don't call a politician, I call a scam artist. He scammed the country. I don't think he scammed racist white people because they knew what they was getting and what they wanted, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them. Because they only voted for Donald Trump because he's a racist. So it ain't got nothing to do with policies. But there's no politician in history that ever got in office and did everything that they said they was going to do. First of all, that's like you telling your wife and shit, she got a list of house duties that she needs you to do. You're going to do every last one of them motherfucking house duties in a week. That something need to be fixed, this need to be done. You're not going to do that. Okay? It's like when you get in a relationship and you think your partner is going to do everything that she's saying in them vows. Bullshit. No one's perfect. Life is not perfect. Politics, policies are not perfect. I need people to stop thinking that way when you try to make these decisions when you go out and vote. Stop thinking every last one of these politicians is going to, I don't give a fuck what politician it is. You can like this person, they can say they want to do this and do that and do that. They're not going to get it all done. It's not going to happen. So just please stop. And if you really know how shit in Congress really work, it's a pecking order. If you're a fresh face coming out there and there ain't a whole bunch of y'all on that same level that's think like you, that and they get in Congress and shit, man, them motherfucking corporate Democrats that been there, oh nigga, they gonna make sure they silence you in a way. they're going to silence you. They will put money behind a bad Democrat. Worse than the Democrat you voted for. They're going to put money behind that to get the Democrat you put in there out there. So you gotta know how to play the game when you dealing with these. These are what you call gatekeepers. When you see the Nancy Pelosi's and all of these are gatekeepers. They've been doing this shit. It was gatekeepers before them. You gotta remember that. And like I told you, if you take money out of politics, shit'll be a lot more different. But long as money is in politics, we're going to keep dealing with these same issues when it comes to corporate Democrats and Republicans. Because there's no such thing as a good Republican. I just want everybody to know that. At this point in 2026, there's no such thing as a good Republican. There's no such thing. That whole party is corrupt. Donald Trump corrupt that whole goddamn party. And even before Donald Trump got in there, they was already corrupt and fucked up. Trump just, you remember the old Mario Brothers and shit before he ate the mushroom, and then he ate that motherfucking mushroom and he got bigger. That's all Trump did. But he still was always Super Mario. But that motherfucker ate that mushroom, he was much more, you know what I mean? He can move around a little faster. But anyway, let's move on.
Online leftists, they are even attacking Zohran Mamdani. It's like they rally around these people. These people get elected, and these people have to play the game of politics to try to get stuff done.
Now, mind you, this is why people are going after the Young Turks. Because they get behind a candidate like a AOC Mamdani, a lot of these other people. And with Jenkins and Anna's not telling you is that they are telling you that politics is corrupt, right? It's very corrupt. To be a politician, you listen, you will see shit and hear shit will blow your mind if you knew half of what these politicians were saying behind the scenes. But anyway, they're telling you that, but what they're not telling you is that no one progressives, if you have 4 or 5 of them that get elected, you got about 50, 60 more corporate Democrats that's in powerful positions in the Democrat Party. And then you, on top of that, you still got to deal with the other side, which is Republicans. And the motherfucker other side is dealing with the corporate Democrats. They all in cahoots. So you're sitting there, you got 4, 5, 6, maybe say 10 progressives. And you going up against both of the parties. So you damn it, you gotta play the game. In Mamdani's situation, he the mayor, but you still gotta get Republicans that they on the boards and shit, they on the state boards with Democrats. So they gotta work a deal out. This shit ain't as easy as people think that the mayor gonna go in there and he just gonna change everything. No, it don't work like that. Even if it's the governor, it doesn't work like that. Your party has to have the majority. And sometimes you need the other side to pass bills too. It's rules and shit. That's what they do not explain enough to the audience and to the people that they talk to the voters. They thinking that we get this person in and they should go in there and do exactly what we tell them to do. That's not how that goes. But the hypocrisy is they tell these progressives not to go in there and work with them corporate Democrats, stand on business, don't work with the Republicans. Now, mind you, Anna and Jake, whole drift is right now, let's just get them to agree on one certain issue. Tucker Carlson in there. What? You're telling the politician that they can't work with the other side, but then you go and work with the other side. And then the horrible motherfuckers at that, the ones that are racist and bigots and homophobes, but they agree with you on this one issue. But it's okay for you to do that. I can go down and sit have a beer with Charlie Kirk. These are Jake's words. Like, no, bro. It's the hypocrisy that people got a problem with you, TYT. Shout out to my brother LT in the building. What up? What up, Al? What up, little bro? I appreciate it. Yeah, man. That's the hypocrisy. That's why people are upset with them. That's the real reason why. But anyway, let's move on.
If they try to play the game of politics to try to get stuff done, then the left is attacking them. It's clear to me that the left does not understand the game of politics. Once these people get into office, they have to work with the other side to try to get stuff done. Why? Because enough of us do not get into the voting booth to give Democrats and progressives and leftists enough.
And listen, and let me just say this. She is 100% right. This is the real reason why. Listen, this is why I'm not a FBA or none of that pro-black shit. Because some of these niggas be out here telling black people voting don't matter. Well, if voting don't matter, what the fuck why are you speaking about political issues? Like, that's my issue. Like, honestly, if you're not going to educate yourself in politics, you're not going to vote. So what are you doing? Why you feel like you need to have a voice of speaking on these issues that you really don't give a fuck about? That's my whole issue. That's why I get upset at some black folks. Like, I don't want to hear you bitching and complaining about what's going on, why shit fucked up. Did you vote? If you didn't vote, I don't want to hear nothing from you. At all. I don't. If you don't vote, then you don't have a say. Because that's how policies get passed. You got to get the right candidate in there, the right candidates in there, so you can have the majority to get the policies that you want. And I mean the right politicians. We know, like, at this point, ain't nobody this goddamn stupid to not know that a lot of the Democrats are corrupt. They take the same corporate money that the Republicans take. So they in cahoots. We get it. But let's vote and get our people in there. We don't need more corrupt politicians. But the problem is, with some black folks, is that the white liberals want to play like it's not a race thing too. But it is a race thing in the Liberal Party, in the Democrat Party. It is. Jasmine Crockett, you want to fight her, but then she's the fighter. She's the goddamn fighter. But this dude, whatever his name is, I forgot his name. But the other dude in Texas, we don't know this motherfucker. We know Jasmine Crockett. We don't know him. I don't give a fuck that he's a Christian. I don't give a fuck that he got good policies. But the white liberals took their ass out there and voted for him. Some of you Hispanics went out there and voted for him over Jasper Crockett. Some of you black folks didn't get your ass up to vote. But then you want bitch to complain. No, we're not doing that. Not 2026. No. Everybody get this smoke. You ain't vote, I don't want to hear shit from you. You have no motherfucking say. You have no say in politics. You have no say in the politicians because you don't vote. That's like a, just think about this. That's like a white person from afar see how black people, their perception of how they think black people, how we are. But they don't hang around, they ain't black. They don't hang around black people. They don't do anything to step up to help black people or nothing. They from afar. You don't tell black people how we should act, how we should do, and all this other goofy shit. It's no different than you, some of you Negroes and some of you people that don't vote want to sit down out here and have an opinion. You can't. I'll put it this way. A Trump supporter, a MAGA supporter got more of a say in a politician than you do. At least they voted. They ain't vote the right way, but at least they voted. They participated. You don't have a say. I just wanted to make that very, very clear. But let's move on.
Seats in the House and in the Senate to be able to pass policies, the policies that we want. The left side of the aisle does not have the majority. Zohran Mamdani still has to work with Republicans. They don't have the majority of the House and the Senate on the federal level and on the state level. And if they don't have the majority on the federal level, on the state level, in the House or in the Senate, they can't just do what it is that we want them to do. What is it that y'all don't understand?
No, it's what they. It's not just that. People are ignorant to politics. A lot of people are ignorant. They don't know how shit works. And listen, we live in a selfish type of country. People are selfish. Listen, people don't give a fuck about shit until it affects them. That's the biggest issue. People are selfish. They do not care. Once again, they do not care unless shit happens to them. A lot of people in this country is like that. It ain't just some, it ain't a little bit. It ain't just a left and a right thing. It is a lot of people in this country do not care about shit until it affects them. And then when it affects them, they still ignorant to how shit works. Because they don't care. They just educating themselves. They're not paying attention. That's part of the problem. That's one of the biggest problems. I say this all the time. Yes, we live our lives. We got shit to do with our lives. But everything that happens in your life through policies, you're not voting or you're not paying attention. You're not educated. Shit is happening in your life because you're not paying attention. You're just thinking about yourself. You live in the bubble. Only your worries matter. And then some shit happen to you, then you want to blame the politicians. Like, dude, you don't vote, you don't pay attention, and you're selfish. And then you're ignorant to politics and how policies and how politicians run, how politics run. You know nothing. You don't have to listen. People, half the time, people don't even know how the government works. Listen, it is federal workers that still don't know how the fucking government works. They just go there to get a check. Just being honest. People don't give a fuck, man, until shit affects them. That's why I have this nonchalant or almost borderline. I don't really give a fuck about some people because it's like, yo, what the fuck are you complaining about? What are you complaining about? You don't vote, you don't pay attention to shit, and you only care about yourselves. You live in a bubble. Everybody, I don't give a fuck what type of background you have. A lot of people are like that. They don't give a fuck about shit till it affects them. Now they like, oh my God, I can't believe like, this shit is always there. This shit is happening every day to a lot of people. You just don't pay attention because it's not affecting you. But anyway, let's move on.
Y'all are regularly ragging on Democrats in the House and the Senate. They don't have the majority. The Republicans have the majority. Can the Democrats...
Hold up. And I want to say this too. Even about they getting out on Democrats. Listen, I'll be fair. When it's time to criticize them, I criticize them. Listen, what is happening right now is not Democrats' fault. It's a small percentage. Why? Because they kept trying to compromise with Republicans before they finally took over a lot. They took over the way they did. And that was the issue. That was my issue with Biden. But at the same time, they didn't have the House when Biden was in office. Republicans did. Well, no, hold on. That's not necessarily true. Hold on. Yeah, they did have the House. Nancy Pelosi was the... Wasn't that? Yeah, it was... I'm trying to think. No, they didn't have the House. It was, I think, McCarthy, the Republican McCarthy was the House leader. But I think the Senate was like 50-50 or some shit like that. So it's still, like, even when it's tied like that, it's still weird, right? Like you don't have control of the House. Biden didn't have control of the House. He didn't have fully control of the Senate, but he was the president. So he got done as much as he could get done. Just if you just really think about it. But the only time that Democrats had the majority, that had the House, the Senate, and the presidency was with Barack Obama. But he was in a difficult situation because we was in a we were coming off the war, so we was in debt. Shit was fucked up. So everybody was hurting. It wasn't just Democrats and Republicans voters. It was just one side. Everybody was hurting. So Barack had to really try to fix shit, get shit done to fix things. The thing I didn't like is that he bailed out the banks. A lot of people had an issue with that. But at the time, he had no choice. Everything was fucked up. Everything. When I mean everything. Look what the pandemic did. A lot of businesses went out. Like, they shut down. Certain businesses, and a lot of shit got fucked up. The only thing that didn't really get fucked up was the banks. As much as the banks got fucked up when Barack was in office. That was the only thing. They didn't really have to bail the banks out, but they bailed the businesses out. Like, if you really think about what Barack was dealing with, and for him at the end of his term to get the country back somewhat in a good place, this nigga was dealing with, the country was in debt, the banks was bankrupt, housing was fucked up, like shit, everything, anything you name, everything was fucked up. And for him to do what he did, it's like the pandemic, the whole country, the whole world was shut down. That's something different. But you see how people bounce right back just off of a couple of billions of dollars of giving back to the people. See, everybody was fucked up when Barack was in office. Everybody wasn't fucked up in the pandemic. Let's just be real. But the shit really started to affect the businesses because people couldn't go to work because of COVID. People was hurting, they couldn't make no money. The businesses wasn't making no money. So that's why you had to help the business, give them PPP loans and all that shit. You had to help people out, giving them stimulus checks. You had to do that. So it was no difference when Barack bailed out the banks. He had to do that. A lot of people had a problem with it. I look back at it now, I'm like, he kind of really had to do it. Because you need banks. Because I don't really think people really genuinely, even though the banks were stealing money and shit like that, but I don't think people really realize what happened with them banks. When people was hurting, people wasn't getting loans. People couldn't afford to get loans. People was in debt. So the banks was losing money. People was going bankrupt. People was losing their houses. We had a huge house crisis at that time. Listen, you know how bad shit was? The middle class is gone at this point. There's no such thing as the middle class anymore. You're rich or you living paycheck to paycheck. I don't give a fuck if you're making $100,000 a year now. Making $100,000 a year was like, that's middle class. Not no more. No such thing of that. Then you got to be making millions. You got to be making at least $1 million. And shit, I think shit. Let's move on. That's a whole nother different story, but let's move on.
Do some things? Absolutely. They can do some things. But it is the Republicans who have the House and the Senate, the majority. And because of that, Democrats are not going to be able to do a whole lot. This is why I roll my eyes at people like Hassan Piker. This is y'all's king right here. Let me show you.
There you go, Hassan Piker. And here he go. Like I said, this dude almost basically, like I said, I was waiting, like I said earlier, I was waiting for him to say the N-word. I was waiting for him to call black people the N-word. But I believe this is even more disrespectful to me. Because it's almost basically, he almost basically saying, we don't give a fuck. Y'all, he almost, what he pulled was, I'll let y'all hear it and then we get into it.
Y'all's king and what he says when he's out there streaming.
Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock, okay?
Now, mind you, he saying that if black people come out and say what the guy said, somehow, some way, that's radical. Where have y'all heard those type of words? Who says that a lot? Who used to say it a lot? That was their talking points. Racist ass Republicans. The radical left. Some of these extreme radical Black Lives Matter movement. Like, they're not, listen. See, black people know how to read between lines when you say certain shit. fuck are you calling radical? Because we care about our people, we're being radical? We speaking facts and truth about y'all, you motherfucking white liberals only give a fuck about black votes when it's voting time. And black people are starting to pick that up. That's why we said, you ain't got to worry about, we not worrying about y'all issues no more. We don't give a damn about what's happening in Iran or Ghana or I don't know why I'm going blank. Israel. We don't care. We don't really give a damn. It's not that we don't care. We just, whatever, man. We don't care what's going on with immigration. Why? Why would we care? So you gotta understand something. When this dude is he's going on calling, oh, black people being radicals, we talking about a black issue. Now we're being radical. We can't talk about our issue. Our issue don't mean shit right now. Only what you caring about what's happening in Ghana and what Israel is doing, that matters more to y'all than us. Than black people in this country. We being radical. And like I said, I have no patience for people that's trying to play in our face. You're not just going to use black Americans anymore for your own political bullshit. For whatever you only care about. But when black people say, hold on, I get all that, but what about, we got issues here. Or what about, I forgot what country said, Somalians. They all people, they all black folks. What about them? Like it's a lot of issues going on around outside of America, dealing with black countries that no one's talking about, and neither is these people or people like him. They only care about right now what Israel is doing. Listen. And I'm not even talking about the people. I want people to understand, I'm not talking about the Israel people. But if it's some Israel people that are in Israel that is okay with what the Israel government is doing, then fuck you too. But nobody's okay with the Israel government. Black people ain't okay with what they're doing. We're just saying, well, what do you want us to do? You got, the Democrats don't run shit. You getting mad at Democrats, and they ain't even in the motherfucker. They didn't got no power. Listen, Jay and these type of people are more mad at Democrats than they are upset at Republicans. They're trying to work with Republicans. Because I guess, my understanding, because they got the power right now, so you want to work with these racist pieces of shit? Because now they hate Jews? They actually genuinely hate Jews. They actually hate people that's Jewish. Excuse me. And so you telling me it's okay for you to go try to work with the top causes, these hateful Jew motherfuckers, because they're against Israel, because Israel doing something bad. It's not the same. They hate Israel. What Israel is, they don't hate what Israel is doing. Because they don't give a damn about them Pakistani people. They get less fuck about them. Pretending. But they don't give a damn. They just hate Jews. It's not the same. You may genuinely don't like what Netanyahu and the government is doing. But that's not why they're doing it. But you want to sit down and because they agree that Israel is doing some fuck shit, that it's the same. It's not. That's what's getting lost in this conversation with Cenk and them. Nobody's explaining to them. What people have done that, but the problem with that is that you're siding with racists, and that's an issue. That's an issue. But anyway, let's move on. Let's go back a little bit.
Sudan, I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock, okay? You stupid fucking radler. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat.
And let me say this. Hassan Piker, I don't know you very well, but I guarantee you, I bet you wouldn't say that shit to a lot of these black folks. Who the fuck is calling black people them black folks? We black people. See, that's like you hear the racist. See, I told you it's some of us are in the closet racist. And they the people I can't stand. I can't stand them. I don't like them. I don't like racist white people that's blatantly racist. But I really, really can't stand people that's in a closet racist. Because it hurts more. Because they pretend that they cool with you, they down with you, and then soon they have an issue with you. Their true colors come out. And that hurts more. I believe, my honest opinion. I ain't in this opinion. That's just how I feel. So, yeah. You at this point, bro, you might as well just call us a nigga. Just use the N-word, nigga. That's all I'm saying.
Fucking stupid, moronic, fucking rad-lib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You think you have a pass in here?
Listen. That's how he talks to black people that he disagree with. See, I can't fuck with dudes like that. See, at this point, you most likely would have got fucked up by now. Because first of all, you know when you ain't gonna say that to my face, but I promise you he wouldn't be able to say that shit to a black person's face like that. He'd get fucked up. I'm just telling you that now. See, this is what I mean by motherfuckers be on the internet talking tough. Like I don't see nothing in you that you will be talking to a black person in this type of demeanor. But it's okay for you to sit up on your little show and talk. We stupid now. All you got to do is just disagree. Like, nah, bro, that's not what that is. I got an issue with this. I got an issue with that. Maybe it's not getting as much light as what I'm talking about, but that's not totally on me. But if you think so, that's not my intentions. It's a way you answer that question. But this tough shit, this disrespect, this inner closet racism that he's presenting, this is why a lot of our black people are like, well, you're on your own. Don't come calling us to come help you. And like I said, it's the season right now to disrespect black people in this country. But like I said, wait till the midterms. They're going to be back kissing our ass again. When the 2028 elections come up, they're going to be back kissing our ass again. But we're not voting for you. We're voting for us. That's why I tell all my black folks, I say, listen, we hear him, we see him. Just remember it. Just remember it. But we're not voting for them. We're voting for us. Like, we're going to do our part, but we're not voting for them. We're not voting for this type of dude. We're not voting for Jenk and all them. Fuck y'all. We're not voting for you Latinos that side with Trump. We're not voting for you. All you racist Trump supporters all of a sudden having a rude awakening about what Donald Trump is doing to you. I made a mistake. We're not voting for you. All you immigrants, black, Spanish, whatever you are, that talk down to black Americans, we're not voting for you. We're voting for us. And we fuck with the gay community. Hey, in the gay community, we voting for them too. But we're not voting for y'all. Don't get that shit misconstrued. We don't give a fuck about y'all. We are done. That's why I said this didn't shock me. This upsets me. Why well, even say I'm upset? I'm disappointed. But shout out to my brother Game in the building. What up, Game? But listen how he talk to black people like you can talk to us like that. Look at the level of disrespect in his voice. I call it the racism in his voice. Just because he ain't call us a nigga doesn't mean that he ain't being racist. This shit, I always tell people, this shit deeper than rap. Let's move on.
Nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you.
Hold up, man. I want him to remember you told black people that feel like that to suck your dick. Pause. Okay. Remember that. Don't come to black people, ask them where we are and why we ain't standing with y'all on certain shit. Because they ain't got nothing to do with us. Listen, and black people, I told y'all, we got to take some of these pages from some of these Jewish people, some of these different other races, groups and religion groups. If it ain't got nothing, if it ain't benefiting us, we shouldn't give a fuck about it. Regardless, if it ain't benefiting us, if it ain't affecting us, we shouldn't care. I'm just telling y'all. See, these people are showing you their true colors. See, these racist people got these motherfuckers fucked up. They all fucked up now. So they are listen, mind you, did you ever notice when black people, when the last election happened and we came out and we spoke our piece, we said what we had to say. You notice all the different races of people started getting upset with black people? When we said, oh, we done, you're on your own. You see how everybody start turning their back on us now? All of a sudden, us black people, all this under the table racism, in the closet racism, all this shit, fuck black people, we ain't smart, we ain't got culture, all this shit, you notice that? Soon we was like, we done. You and y'all. All of a sudden, they hate us black folks. Okay. Like I said, black people, don't get upset about it. Just remember what they're saying. And like I said, everything that they're saying, they're proving why we are right about saying we don't have allies and we don't give a fuck about what they care about unless it affects us. Now we're going to be selfish. We only going to worry about us. Now they mad because they used to black people being in the front line, taking the shots, sacrificing our people, doing the dirty work. And now we don't want to do it no more. Now they mad. Okay, let's move on.
You have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here. Dumb fuck.
Now they babying us, or speaking about our issues, but they want us to care about their issues. Okay, cool. People like I do, black folks, don't get upset. Remember, and at the same time, hearing him speak, and a lot of them hearing him speak it justify how we saying, why would we give a fuck about what y'all talking about? Or what's going on with y'all? Why? It justifies shit now. Let's move on.
Go ahead. Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick.
I know.
See? And he knows it. He said, go ahead. Go ahead and post how I'm a white supremacist and all that, because you're speaking the same language, baby. You're speaking the same language. And we radical now because we want to speak about black issues. Or we're not going to baby you. Well, I got to baby you in here about your black issue? It's more important people that's being affected than your black issue. You see what I'm saying? They tell on themselves. He basically sitting saying, go ahead and post it. I'm a racist. I don't give a fuck. Well, okay. Keep that same energy. Because when and you're going to need us. And mind you, and if we do show up, we're not doing it for you. We're doing it for us. All of us. Black folks. We're not doing it for you. We don't give a fuck about what happens to you and people like you. We don't care. That's why I'm going to play this clip later about a Trump supporter, how ignorant they are. And they get upset why we don't want to fuck with them. But this is the reason why. It ain't just Trump supporters. It's all you so-called liberals. When you don't get your fucking way, you want to side with racists and then think that it's okay to do that. The spitting black people face, because you're spitting in our face. We've been fighting white supremacy and racism in this country before anybody other than the Native Americans. But at least they got some land out of this shit. We got everything stolen from us, but we still getting disrespected in 2026. Tell me how that makes some sense. But you heard him? He said, I ain't here to baby you about your black issues. Your radical black issues. Standing up for black people is radical. Listen, I believe a lot of them white liberals tolerate black people because they need them. And this has been happening for a couple of generations now. At this point, I'm starting to see some of these white liberals or these liberal people is no different than the Republicans using token coon sellout niggas. That's all I'm saying. Because certain black people say we don't want to be on the front line no more. We done, or we want to at least take a step back. Everybody mad at us all of a sudden. We ain't shit. We ain't got no culture. We ain't shit. We trying to be babied. We race baiting. They picking up right-wing white supremacy talking points about black people. That's what some of these white liberals are doing. This is what this goofy motherfucker is doing. But okay, like I said, don't need to get angry. Remember. Oh, because they're going to need us again. They're going to need us again. Let's go back a little bit.
Go ahead. Go Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick. Annoying, dumb fuck.
I'm gonna post it and talk about how much of a white
God
supremacist
damn,
you
dude,
are.
this kind of attitude is so insanely repulsive. Like,
It
what the
is.
fuck do you think you're doing?
Your attitude
We're
is
talking about fucking
repulsive.
creating a larger, broad, people-back movement and fucking creating solidarity, and you immediately got Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up.
Listen, and you don't. Because like I said, you can't talk to black people like this. So you really don't understand us. Because in real life, this internet bullshit that you're doing, in real life, you'll get fucked up for talking to black people like this. So you really don't. You really don't know us. Ain't saying that we violent. We just saying you ain't gonna be sitting in our face telling us to suck your dick and we stupid and all this other shit. That shit can lead to bodily harm. That's all I'm saying. You don't know us. For you to think that you can sit there and talk to black people like this. That just ask you a simple question. Whoever the person was not saying it in a disrespectful way. They was challenging you. That's it. But like I said, I get it. Black people is not your concern anymore. Listen, it is no disrespect to what's happening in Ghana. I mean, to the Pakistani people. There's it's not no empathy or sympathy there. It's not that. Or what's happening to the Iranian people. It's not that for black folks. It's like, nigga, we got issues here. We fucked up here. It's what they're doing right now, and there's no disrespect to them because kids died, people died. We get that. They want to talk about a foreign war that Trump created to deflect us from of some Epstein shit and how fucked up the country is and how racist the country is. We're more distracted. These people are more distracted about that than what the fuck is going on here. That's the fucking issue. And black Americans, we're tired of that shit. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. Put it this way. The reason shit is fucked up over in these other countries is because we fucked up here. That's why. But every time you turn around, Jink and all them young Turks, Piker, all of them, sit there and blame Democrats. And they ain't got no power. Trump is running the country. You should be mad at these motherfuckers. But no, y'all want to sit down and have conversations with these people. Debate them. On what? What are you debating them on? What are you trying to have this relationship with them for? They still racist. They still bigots. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is they talking about? What they doing? And then try to suck everybody else in it. We need to worry about what they worrying about. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. We black in America, bitch. Y'all, first of all, you don't have the same type of experience of lifestyle that black Americans live. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care. Sorry, you don't. You're irrespective of how this country works and how this shit affects different races of people. Black people are number one, can tell you how everything runs and how shit really is. Not no motherfucking, I guess he's a somewhat of a white Muslim. I don't know what the fuck he is. Turkey, I don't know. His uncle is Jink, so they Turkey. Okay? What the fuck are we talking about? You can't tell black people how to fuck the feel in America. How? Actually, when you tell black people we shouldn't worry about us, you already disrespecting us. Now, I have my issues with some so-called FBAs or black foundational black America. Or pro-black. That's for black people to deal with. You don't get to talk to us like that. Who the fuck are you? You don't even get to talk to our so-called radical black Americans. The FBA. You don't get to do that. Only black people get to do that. It's some shit you mind your motherfucking business. But like I said, this is why I told black people, stop being in the spaces of these people. Worry about us. See, they feeling the consequences of their stupidity. Now they drifting and trying to go all around. Let's get with the white supremacists. They winning right now. That's what's going on. That's all I hear. And then you see the coon niggas. They do it all the time. We can get into Nick Cannon and Chilli. They move into that side of a bullshit-ass religious beliefs, right? Which is black people in America are not Christians. We've been documented with that. That was some shit through slavery. We are not Christians. Okay? I need black people to understand that. We are not Christians. That is not our religion. We've been undocumented by that. We've been bamboozled. We are spiritual people. Go to Africa and see what's going on. That's where we're supposed to be. That's who we supposed. That's the religion or spiritual thing that we supposed to be. Not this bullshit in America. Not this Christianity. I don't give a fuck if it's a black church or not. The shit is all false prophets, nigga. And the bad part about it, as black Americans, we're dealing with shit on all sides of everybody in 2026. Even some of our own ignorant niggas. So like, black people like me, we're tired, bro. We fatigued from y'all. Those motherfuckers, I'm sorry, y'all people. We're fatigued. We don't even want to deal with y'all bullshit, man. Just leave our names out y'all mouth. What Will Smith tell you? Leave our motherfucking name out your mouth. You don't need black people, right? We radical. We race bait. We DEI hires. I mean, do all the racist tropes. But leave us the fuck alone. You can't. You know why you can't? You know why you can't leave black people alone? Because we are the culture. We had culture, none of that shit. But we the culture, but we don't have no culture, but you can't leave our names out your fucking mouth. Let us speak about us. Don't speak on us. And that goes for you coon ass niggas. Don't speak on us. Because you're black does not give you a pass to keep speaking on us. Leave us the fuck alone, man. We don't give a fuck about y'all. And y'all mad at that. That's why they really mad. That's why they all mad. Black folks, that's why they mad. Because we don't care no more. We don't care about their fucking issues. We don't give a fuck about them. We worry about us. And then when we get selfish, all of a sudden now they mad at us. We don't give a fuck if you even mad. We don't care. We just tired of you keep bringing our name up. Speaking on our people. You ain't got to rock with us. You say you don't rock with us. Well, stop talking about us then. Don't bring us up. Speak about your own fucked up issues and fucked up shit with other people. Don't talk about us. We don't give a fuck. And that's y'all problem. Y'all back is we don't care. Y'all need us to give a fuck about y'all shit. They still need us. We'll see how that work out for you though. attitude of black, giving a fuck about black issues don't matter. Okay, if it don't matter, don't ever bring us up again. That's that racism shit. They only need us when they need something. That shit don't work no more. This is my whole point. Oh, that don't work no more. Okay, cool. It's basically saying we race bait. That shit don't work no more. Okay? We see how that work out for y'all. Black issues don't work no more. It don't matter anymore. Okay. All right. See how that work out for you. That's all, Piker. We see how that work out for you. You goofy ass.
God damn! That attitude left a long fucking time ago. It doesn't work, okay? Keep advocating for your own fucking demise then. Fucking standpoint theory ass motherfuckers. Oh my god.
Now, mind you, think of how stupid he just sound. Right? He telling black people that just ask the question, or we don't agree with everything that we don't care about everything he's supposed to care about. We keep voting for our own demise. People, it is only one race in this country that does not, and I want to make it very, very clear, that does not vote for their own demise or their own oppression. It's one race of people. It's only one. It's only one. You know who that is? I'll wait. I'll wait. Y'all know who it is? Black people. In the last election, you asked Hassan Piker and all these motherfuckers that want to kiss the ring of racist people, want to drink beers with them and all that goofy shit. Ask them about who their family members was voting for. Ask them the percentage. Black people was the highest race group that voted against their oppression. From the men to the women. You can't say that about white people. You can't say that about the Muslims or the Japanese, the Chinese, the Hispanics, the Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans. You can't say that. The Jewish people. What the fuck? They vote, y'all vote against y'all own oppression. That's what y'all do. And the reason that we vote as high as we vote from our community is because we know better. That's why you can't tell black people shit about this racist ass country. We don't vote against our own fucking oppression. We don't vote against ourselves. Not like the rest of y'all. And that was proven in 2024. So we ain't got to go back hundreds of years or a decade ago. We can go 2 years ago. And you're still in 2026 doing the same shit. So get the fuck out of here, bro. We don't it's fine. It's fine. Don't remember this shit, people. It's fine. They gonna need us again. Go ahead and go ahead and suck up to the racist white supremacists. We see how that work out for you. See, we've been down that road. We've been trying to bargain with these racists for a couple of generations now. It ain't worked out for us. Not like it's supposed to. I tell you that shit. We got bamboozled and fucked every time. Sometimes we ain't even see that we got fucked until decades later or years later or a generation later. We have way more experience in this shit than these other different races of people want to sit here now in 2026 and tell black people all this undertone racist shit. But like I said, it's fine. Listen, I'm actually okay. People, I told y'all, I'm actually okay to see racists and coons be who they really genuinely are at their core. Because like I told y'all, karma's a bitch. I genuinely believe in karma. I believe in that. What goes around comes around. Everything that you've seen, all these, the jinx, all them, that come around came around because you don't stop fighting. When black people said we were just going to take a step back, didn't mean that we wasn't going to vote. We just don't want to be on the front line. We still going to speak up here and there, but they couldn't handle that. We just wanted to take a little step back. Let y'all get in the front line. Go put some work in. Be the center of attention. Go sacrifice your people like we have for generations. Nah, it's a problem. More black people, they mad at us. Woo. Let's move on.
This is y'all's king. Black people using their voices.
Every time this shit pops off, there's like a million people in the chat being like, actually, we're not rocking with those folks because they're not rocking with us. Like, I get it, dude. Okay, yeah, you want to be selfish. Okay, fine. Fuck it. Who cares?
Oh, you will. Oh, you will. That's why you mad. And you can call it selfish all you want. It been our people putting our motherfucking bodies on the front line. It been our people, not yours, not any other race in this country have sacrificed for this country more than we did. We've been in every war. We were slaves. We lived through Jim Crow, redlining. We've been through it all. We the one that for Hassan Piker to even be living in this country to have rights. It been our people. It ain't been yours. Your people from Turkey. See, this is what happens. This is what I be talking about hip hop. Like we let people in the culture and these motherfuckers get too comfortable to where they start being disrespectful. Or they must have forgot who put the groundwork in, who sacrificed some shit, who had the bad deals before these white motherfuckers got in the deals. And it's the same thing with a song like, motherfucker, you must have forgot. And you damn right we're going to throw it in your face. Oh, that happened back then. Well, motherfucker, the same shit was happening to our people. It's happening now. Just in a different way. But it's the same shit. And now it's happening to y'all. And now y'all upset because black people don't want to get on the front line. We being selfish. Oh. Tell your truth, young man. Tell your truth. We ain't nothing but your pawns, huh? We ain't kings and queens to you. We pawns on the table to get what y'all want. And now that black people voicing up what we want, it's an issue. Or we ain't going to tolerate no more, or we ain't going to keep getting on the front lines no more. You're mad. Listen, explain something to y'all. Do y'all know that the King's rally happened? Do y'all know about that? Come all these millions of people was out there. Who gave a fuck? You know why they ain't care? Because black people ain't give a fuck. We ain't got to get out there and march. We know how Trump is. Everybody should know how Trump is. We ain't got the march protest shit. And like I told y'all, black folks, we protest without money. Ain't no reason to get out there in them streets. See, these ignorant motherfuckers, they got a privilege to go out there. I don't want to say all of them bad, but a lot of these motherfuckers, they got privilege to go out there and march in the thousands, in the millions. Let black people start a movement right now with Trump in office. Oh, nigga, oh. They've been waiting. That's a civil war right there. They waiting for black people to go march. They already think we violent. Stereotyping us, we violent. And then every time the no king protest, there's nobody talking about violence. Ain't nobody coming there and trying to be an agent and corrupt a fucking protest. Here and there it happened, but it ain't as much. They ain't talking about it. But when black people go and we start a movement of marching or protest, look what happened. They use a little bit of some motherfuckers that commit violence and say the whole movement is fucked up. Shout out to my brother LT. Yeah, and you listen, and you're not gonna see us out. Black people, we got the memo. A lot of us got the memo. We are not going out there. They're waiting for black people to go out there so they can do martial law. Because how much y'all want to bet? He's just started a war. He's making the country unsafe with his bullshit of what he's doing, right? So Trump is making the country unsafe. Republicans, MAGA, you are making the country unsafe by going to war, okay, or condoning what Trump is doing. Okay, fine. Now, just let's say something tragic happened to a black person and you just start seeing black people just lose their damn mind and we go out there and we start protesting again. And some shit radical happened. Shit, matter of fact, ain't nobody got to do nothing bad. They got ICE and the military and they got the police. The police is already, they want to fuck us up anyway. You notice ICE is coming to fuck with them white folks and the police is getting, like they almost like damn near siding with us. I'm sorry, siding with them. They ain't siding with black folks. They siding with this immigration white shit going on. But you notice they was always our enemies. Right? They come at us, push us back, fuck us up. Nobody gave a fuck. They try to say, oh, black people, we instigated it. Now everybody's speaking of, no, they weren't doing that. It's the freedom of speech and everything. Remember, they was talking about we had permits. They don't give a fuck about it, them permits now. Like I said, black folks, we're going to lose some people. And it sounds harsh. We're going to lose some people in the struggle at this time right now. Don't take your ass out there and protest for nothing. Unless a child get gunned down by these motherfuckers or get killed, we ain't going out there. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit that's going on. It's a distraction. And it's trying to get us to go out there to start a martial law where they can lock the country down. So we can't vote at all. That's the whole point of this shit. Do not get bamboozled, and do not listen to Hassan Piker. He wants us to get out there and get all radicalized. Well, on his, let's just say he being radicalized and he being used like a buffoon, like an idiot, to give a fuck about what's going on in other countries right now. It's a distraction. And not to say these people's lives don't mean anything. I'm just saying it's a distraction to shut down the fucking country. To get us to look over there and not pay attention here. When the real issue is here. We don't have this issue if this issue is not happening. Excuse me. But you can't tell he thinks he's smarter than everybody. This is what happened with these white liberals. They think they're smarter than everybody. With some of these white liberals. This is what it is. And I ain't mad at black people because we won't take our ass out there and do what? Nigga, we got bills and shit. Now they mad at us as we being selfish. You heard my man L, he say, oh, nigga, I was on my way to work. And that's what we need to do. We ain't got time to be out there. Nigga, we ain't got to spend our money. That's how we protest. These motherfuckers, y'all just start getting protests. Bitch, we've been protesting in the streets. We ain't new to this. We true to this. We don't give a fuck. Hey, we've been telling y'all bring y'all ass out there. Now y'all care. Okay, cool. Whatever. Let's move on.
Sale is ending today. If you do not take advantage of this deal, then what are you doing? You can get 3 for the price of 1.
Fuck it, who cares?
Hmm?
Go vote for fucking Eric Adams, dumbass.
And let me
And
remind
listen, and see how they do. We don't agree with them. All of a sudden, we with Eric Adams. Eric Adams is a sellout. So you basically calling us a coon, a sellout. We need to go over there. Why? Because we challenging you? Listen, Hassan Piker, you're not right about everything, bro. God damn. And just because one black person says something to you, and this is the thing I tell you about racist white people. Even when they try to hide it, you see how he said it? You black people. I'm sorry, you what did he say? You black something. But he didn't say black people, he said you black something. But you see how he did that? Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, people are not born racist. But sometimes you think this shit is in their DNA. It's just how they was raised. That's why our history is rich and deep. And there's a lot of pain there. Because we was always predicted around the world, black Americans, that's why they come here. And they have this animosity against black Americans because we the strongest motherfuckers. Even when you see some of our people from different continents, they come over here, they got their perception because the racist white people have done it. But it's a little of jealousy because they don't have that fight in them. They couldn't do it over in their countries, but they come over here and try to fuck up what we have built. The side without enemies. That's what's hurtful to us. But we know it's all out. Like I told you, these motherfuckers anti-black, they talk down to black people, they racist, whatever they are, to black Americans. It's jealousy. They jealous. Not I'm jealous. And they think they more cultural because, oh, well, my family ain't really from here. They from another country. Well, motherfucker, to me, I look at you as even weak. As weaker. Your family had to run from a country where your people, people that look like us, that y'all ran a country and y'all couldn't handle it. You talk about black on black crime, but what the fuck was your country doing? Wasn't it your people killing your own people, terrorizing your own community? But you want to come over and talk about black on black crime in America, which is no such thing? It's a stereotype. It's some made up bullshit. How are you better? This is who these people are. And it's not just the black ones. It's people like us on Pike. It's people with turkeys. They Afghanistan. They Muslim. Whatever the fuck they are. You talking to black Americans in a disrespectful way, like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, we got our issues. That's for us to deal with. You don't get to talk to us any kind of fucking way, bitch. No, now we can't ask questions. We can't challenge you. No, you gotta stay focused on what we're talking about. Motherfucker, no, we don't. No, we don't. There's only reason you even got the right to speak whatever the fuck you want to talk about, whatever issue you talking about, is because of black Americans. It had nothing to do with the people that you trying to pay attention to and defend. They had nothing to do with our shit or why you could do what you can do to speak to help them. Matter of fact, ask your turkey family. How about that? Like I said, all you different motherfuckers that different nationalities in your family come from somewhere different. If you motherfuckers feel this way about black people, take your ass back home. Take your ass back home. I'm not saying get the fuck up out of here. I'm just saying if you feel that way, take your ass back home. You can stay, regardless. I care regardless if you stay or you go. But I just have an issue you disrespecting black people, black Americans. Take your ass home. You can round up your people. You made enough money. Go back to where the fuck you came from. Take your family with you. You hate black Americans that much. And it's a difference when white people say that shit and white Americans say that's racist and shit that they say is because they the racists. They the motherfuckers that fucked this country up. They didn't help the country. You motherfucker, you think white people helped y'all to come here? You think they would have gave a fuck? You think JFK or any of them would have gave a fuck about any of y'all coming to this country if it wasn't for black people? You really think that? LBJ, all of you think they would have cared? You think Lincoln would have cared? No, Lincoln ain't care. He sold black people out. Fuck are you talking about? Everyone want to put Lincoln on this high pedestal. Lincoln was a sellout. He owned slaves. He was jealous that the South was making all the money. And we're gonna get more into that, but let's move on.
And you, the commenter asked him when was the last time that he talked about the genocide that was happening in Sudan. And that's the type of response that he had for that commenter.
And that triggered them. Because all he had to do is say, look, I'm not talking about that right now, but we can have a discussion later. He didn't have to go off on this rant. But like I told you, I'm not giving him a pass, but I'm saying you can get frustrated. Like I get frustrated sometimes when I'm talking about a certain issue. Right? And people want to ask me other fucking questions about something else. And then it throws the show, it makes the show longer. Because then it threw me off, and now I got to start talking about the shit that people asking me instead of focusing on what we talking about. But then I have learned that this is shit that bothers y'all. This is shit that's on y'all mind. I have to, like, if that was the case, I should never have the chat up. I should never respond to it. You get what I mean? If I just want to stick to what I do, I shouldn't even go live. You understand what I'm saying? That's some shit you have to learn. And now, Hassan Piker been doing this shit just as long as I have. Probably longer. And he should know that by now. But like I said, that's not even the point. The point is, damn, bruh. You went on this little in the closet racist rant? Okay. Black people that ask questions like this is stupid. Bringing up race is stupid. But you're talking about a race of people that you want us all to get behind you on. So race matters. See how they want to talk about race, but then they don't want to talk about this part of this certain race of people. You get what I mean? It's just all fucked up shit, man. It's all fucked up shit. Give me 1 second, y'all. And we're gonna get into the this Trump supporter, and then we're gonna get into the Nick Cannon shit. Because this adds on to the Hassan Piker shit. And then we're gonna get into the Nick Cannon and Chilli shit. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, people, I'm back. All right, let me find this clip. Hold on. Oh, I got it. Here it is. Give me 1 second. All right. Now, listen. This is some. Listen. I have heard Trump supporters speak and shit like that. This is probably one of the dumbest shit I have ever heard. And this is because of some fact. This is what happened when Trump supporters try to justify their racism. I do not like people like this. Stop justifying shit. And just be honest. See, this is the shit that bothers me. I'm not a racist or like. Anyway, let's get into this. This is horrifying. Not horrifying, but it's almost like, damn, bro, just man up and stand on that shit. Stop trying to justify bullshit. If you wrong, you wrong. If shit is fucked up, it's fucked up. Like, you made a mistake, but just man up and stand on business with that shit. Let's move on. I mean, let's get into it.
Wait, I want to make sure I get this, Rick. You're saying that a caller called in and said that if you voted for Trump, that Alan said if you voted for Trump, then it's going to be hard for us to be friends or have a relationship, and you think that's ridiculous, right?
I don't know about ridiculous. I think it's sad that that's how he thinks or people think.
And the word I used was support. And the word I used was support Trump. Support Trump.
Gotcha. So let me ask you this, Rick. Let me ask you this. Do you think Donald Trump is a racist?
I don't think so. I just think he's kooky and he's embarrassing to me.
Listen how they justify racism. Oh, I think it's kooky. I think he's embarrassing. But I don't think he's a racist, though. Listen, people. Let me just say this. That's like saying, I'm gonna use this example a little bit. That's like saying, yeah, listen, R. Kelly made good music, right? No, not even that, just that. Yeah, it's a part of that, but it's not just that. That should be the number one thing. Well, yeah, it's the number one thing because that's what we know him from. But if you dig deep down into R. Kelly's past, his upbringing, you can see why somehow he turned this way. But I know people that been through his path, this type of past that he been through, that went through the same shit and didn't turn out like him. Right? So that's why a motherfucker like me, I would never justify what R. Kelly has done. Right? He's a fucking pedophile. So I would never justify, like, make excuses for why he's locked up. At the end of the day, I really don't give a fuck R. Kelly locked up. I'm actually glad. People like, oh, it got to get proven. I think they railroaded him. I don't care. We know what he did. We know what he did. I ain't no justification of what the fuck he did. I don't care. He's a pedophile. R. Kelly is a fucking pedophile. I don't give a fuck how great his music is. I don't care. I don't give a fuck that he got molested as a child. I don't care. Because I know people that the same shit happened to R. Kelly happened to them and they didn't turn out to be fucking pedophiles. They used what happened to them to do good and do better. He chose to go down a certain other road. You got two paths to go, people. Well, three. You can commit suicide. People kill themselves. Right? You can go down the path of what R. Kelly went down as being another pedophile. Or you can use what happened to you to help others. To be better. He chose what he chose. Ain't no justification about it. Let's just be real. Now, just because I think the industry, they all knew these white motherfuckers, they knew about R. Kelly and making money off of him and all this other shit. Right? And they railroaded him, they got him. I can say that, but it don't matter. R. Kelly is still a fucking pedophile. What do you want? What are you justifying? Even if they did railroad him in this situation, we know what he did, though. This motherfucker got more than one chance to fix his shit, and he never did it. So I don't give a fuck how R. Kelly ended up in jail. I don't give a fuck. He's a pedophile. Fuck are we talking about here? As much as the same, just say the lack of evidence that they you would say or what they doing to R. Kelly, they doing the same shit to Harvey Weinstein. Ain't that a whole bunch of crazy ass evidence like that? Like, just be real. The fuck are we talking about? So no, you can't keep, my whole point to go back around, you can't keep justifying a fucking racist. Can't talk about, oh, I think he's quirky, I think he's an embarrassment. That's a normal reaction to certain motherfuckers that's fucked up. To a racist. I think something really genuinely is wrong with a racist. I can call it quirky if you want to. White people want to use that. It's quirky. That's your shit. I think something wrong with a racist. Yes, I think a racist is embarrassing too. But that does not deny not to call them what they are. You don't get to excuse that. Because you want to use this all other type of language. Call them what they are, fucking racist. But anyway, let's move on. It's just to justify bad behavior. And that's my problem with Trump supporters. They really genuinely trying to get people not to see racism or see color. It's just quirky. No, motherfucker, no. And as a black person in this country, I am never going to allow white people, give a fuck if they're good or bad, to try to, try not to get me to not see race in this country when I know the real history. And the shit is the same shit that happened to our ancestors is happening now, just in a different way. Nah, fuck out of here.
But
Okay. Hold on one second. Let's talk about this. Do you think that uplifting the Confederacy is racist?
I would say that is he actually doing that, or
Putting that image at
Hey,
West
see
Point.
how dumb they are. He said, well, yeah, that's racist, but is he doing that? Like, he don't have a clue. Well, my point is, sir, if you don't know who the fuck Donald Trump is, why the fuck are you calling into a black show? If you don't know what the dude that you support, what he has done, how you get to not know what this man has done, and then you want to call into a black show because you don't like what you're hearing. But you're not even doing the research to understand the person that you support. And now watch, the brother is getting ready to break it down, but some fucking weird reason, he doesn't know this. This is why I say it's not even, I don't have the patience, and I don't think black people, unless you're going to roast them like this brother is going to do, but he's actually kind of being somewhat polite, of having conversations with Trump supporters. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. They are stupid. They are stupid. They don't research. They don't even know shit about Trump. They know nothing. You ask them simple questions, they know nothing. Because they don't pay attention. And they're racist. And they're trying to pretend that they're not. It's a waste of fucking time. It's good content, but it's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy talking to these people. Let's move on. Just listen to the stupid shit he says. The brother can ready to break it down. Let's go back a little bit.
Think that uplifting the Confederacy is racist?
I would say that is he actually doing that, or
putting that image at West Point up under his administration of Robert E. Lee with an enslaved person behind him at West Point. That's pretty racist, right?
Technical, he probably shouldn't have used that particular photo. Would be
Technically, you said technical. That's right. Just hear me out for it.
It's not technically. He did it on purpose. He didn't care how this shit would affect black people or how we would respond to it, because he's a fucking racist and he knew how it was going to affect black people. He got racist people in his cabinet. What are you talking about? Oh, maybe he shouldn't have did that. What? He got backlash from it. He knew how motherfuckers felt about that. It wasn't just black people, it was all people. A lot of different races of people. But mainly black folks. He didn't give a fuck. He listened to the coon niggas that didn't have a problem with it because they house niggas. The house niggas never had a problem with the Confederates. They never had a problem with their slave owners. or they was too scared to speak up. He probably shouldn't have did that. Yeah, okay. That's why you can't have conversations with stupid people. Motherfuckers don't even make any sense what he don't even make no sense with his response. Well, maybe he shouldn't have did that. No, it ain't maybe he shouldn't have did that. He shouldn't have did it if he wasn't a fucking racist. What in the Confederate that you get out of not being racist? Anything that the Confederate has done, and what you know the history of Confederates, is racist to black people. I don't see a good outlining for it. Every Confederate was racist. So I don't know, he maybe shouldn't have did it. The fuck are you talking about? Let's move on. But I guarantee you, if we listen, I'll put it this way. You know how they put up them presidents that owned slaves, and we in America, they did something, they created America. Well, Hitler was too. So I think in America, we should put up Hitler to the Jews. Or anybody that's offended by Hitler. I think we should put it up. Oh, I'm sorry. That ain't a part of American culture. Why ain't it? Where you think Hitler got a lot of his shit that he did in Germany? Who you think he idolized? Americans. Racists. Where you think he got a lot of that shit from? Oh, you American Jews, you're gonna get upset at Mr. OBI. But hey, let's tell the truth. Fuck out of here. Let's move on. You know the crazy shit about it? People in this country, and there's no disrespect, I'm not denying the Holocaust or shit that happened in the Holocaust. The Holocaust didn't happen in America. You know the Jews in this country, the white European Jews give more fuck about people being anti-Semitic against Jews in this country, but they don't give a fuck. They side with motherfuckers that want to get rid of black people being slaves. We lost more people in this country. You can say even 3 or 4 times more than motherfucking what happened in Germany. And it's not to downplay what happened to them, but you see how the Jews side with white supremacy? Some of them. Like I said, if you think I'm being anti-Semitic, go look at what was the voting shit. Go look at who voted in 2024. Go look how many Jews voted for Trump. You think I'm lying? Look how Israel ain't from this country. They got a pact here through the Jews that's here, dictating policies. And they over there killing, murdering children. But somehow, some way, the Jews want to pretend they on some type of high level, some of you motherfuckers. They want to tell black people we should forget about the past, but what Iran has done to the Jews, what they've been doing to America, we can't forget that. That was happening in the past. Why we ain't doing nothing new? But you tell black people we need to forget in America, I didn't do that to y'all. Well, some of them Iranian people, that shit happened to their family members just like it happened to us here in America. And you mad? You lucky black people in America ain't like the Iranian government. And some of them people over there, that's Iranian. That's terrorists. You lucky we ain't like that. we would be no different than Iran. We be bombing the shit out this bitch. Blowing you motherfuckers up. You lucky that you want me to give a fuck about what's going on over there. I mean, I don't give a fuck about that shit. It doesn't mean I don't know what's going on. Doesn't mean I ain't educated in it. It's just I don't give a fuck. And not for the reason that you think I don't give a fuck. But that goes with some of these so-called American European Jews. Oh, fuck about y'all anti-Semitic shit going on here. Black people been dealing with racism way before you motherfuckers. We fought in y'all war over there with y'all ancestors. Our ancestors fought in that war over there in Germany. You don't remember that? You better put some motherfucking respect on our name, motherfuckers. And we still was segregated and shit like that. And they made us sit in the back of the planes and boats and shit on the way back when y'all we brung y'all with us. We still had to sit in the back. Because as much as you want to say y'all different, y'all Jews, you're still white Europeans. And that's why y'all got to sit in front of us. That go for the Italians, all them motherfuckers. Try to think they had it bad, worse than black people in this country. You fucking smoking crack cocaine. Bitch, do the history. See, the problem is you think you know black Americans' history. You know nothing about us. You know stereotypes. You know, certain shit that, my oppression, my interaction with certain black people, that's what they like. You don't know us, bitch. That's like me saying I know every goddamn Italian, I know every goddamn white European Jew. I know every Muslim. I know every Turkey, Afghani. I know everybody. That's bullshit. Just stereotype. They all of them like that. That's the shit that we're talking about. And then the bad part about it, you motherfuckers didn't talk about black people ain't got culture. You Puerto Rican motherfuckers. Some of you motherfuckers, how the fuck you gonna talk about black Americans ain't got no culture, bitch? Or you Mexicans, we ain't got no culture. You Africans talking about we ain't got no culture. Well, if we didn't have no culture, you know what the culture is in America? You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us. That's part of the culture. Civil rights black American culture ain't just hip hop, motherfucker. That shit mixed in. You really listen to hip hop, nigga. Had Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman, all freedom fighters, all the motherfuckers that fought for you motherfuckers to be here. That's in our music. That's culture. Civil rights was culture. That's black American culture. It ain't y'all's. It ain't y'all's. Fuck are you talking about? Fuck are you talking about? Listen, I want y'all black people in this country. I want y'all to do a research. Just research some shit. All the African continents around the country, it is led by black people in the country. And tell me why a lot of the fucked up shit is happening in that country. They tell black people in America we don't stick together. It's black on black crime. Go look at all them countries and see what's happening. Them continents. Go see what's happening in the black continents. Go see. Do research and you see the face of a black person. That's the president or whatever the fuck going on with the military groups. Fucking their own people up. But they got a nerve to come over here and start talking shit. Just think about that. Talking about Haiti Christians and all that bullshit. Well, it's black people that's doing that shit. That's hurting them black Christians. It ain't white people. Just think about it. Trying to tell y'all, man. And like I keep telling y'all, in a lot of those countries, in those African continents, Christianity is not, that's not our religion. It's not. Where do you think Judaism come from? These Jewish people, they're not the founders of Judaism. It's black folks. That's our shit. They stole it, corrupted, and did what they did with it. Come on, man. We about the land, people. We spiritual people. That's what we are from the motherland. Do your research. That's what we are. These people are going to war over stupid shit, over religion. And religion is not our shit. That's not our religion. We not even religious. Black people, I don't give a fuck where you from. Country, continent. I don't care where you're from. Christianity and religion is not our shit. We are the earth. We those people. We live off the land, nigga. That's who we are. We've been doing this shit for thousands of years. Like, this ain't nothing new. But this religion shit come in, that's not us. We're not religious. This is how they conquered the world. This is how white supremacy conquered the world. They used religion. They made up with some made up religious shit. Made up fake ass prophets. They're not, these people are not religious. This shit is made up. We are spiritual people. A lot of religious people gonna get upset at me, but it's the truth. It's a fact. You do the deep down in the history, go to Africa. What's these go to Africa. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gotta go outside Africa. Go to Africa. They are not religious over there. I'm just telling y'all that. Getting false hopes and false prophets. That's why you think about it. You ever notice? Don't white folks go over in Africa and do whatever the fuck they want to do? They use money and religion to terrorize our people over there in Africa. That's why if you go over Africa, Africa's unstable. How the fuck you got South Africans, white South Africans running that country, running that part of the country? Get the fuck out of here. That's that white European shit. I appreciate that, Dexter. Now I gotta keep telling people the fucking truth, man. People want us to worry about shit that we shouldn't even worry about. And then the shit that we should worry about, we don't worry about. And then, like, motherfuckers don't even research real shit. We just research some shit because the white supremacists tell us, oh, we need to focus and focus on. We need to pay attention to that. I'm not paying attention to this bullshit. That war, I'm not paying attention to it. I don't care. And not in the way that you think I don't care. I'm just not being distracted by it. I know what the real issue is. You notice they ain't talking about the Epstein files no more? They keep, you see it on CNN. What they always talking about? What Trump doing with the Iran, how he's misinformation. But if he's doing that, then why you keep talking about it? You know he lying. Then why are you talking about it? Let's get back to the Epstein files. Let's talk about how housing is getting fucked up. Let's talk about gas prices here. Why the fuck are we talking about what's going on in Iran? Some shit that he started with Israel for a distraction. But nobody's talking about that. So when people be sending me shit, talking about, can you talk about that Iraq shit? No. Iran shit? No. Not talking about it. I can get deep in it. It's not that I'm not educated. I don't know what's going on. I know. I pay attention to everything. As much as I can. But nigga, no, I'm not talking about that shit. Nigga, I don't live in Iran. You can't speak for them people like that. I'm gonna speak for them. I don't know what the fuck going on really over there. Really. They just lost, America just killed hundreds of kids. Nobody talking about that. They just skipped over that talking about Trump. I don't give a fuck about Trump. Listen, if I'm gonna talk about Iran, I'm talking about them hundreds, over 100 kids, or somewhat close to 100 kids that got murdered and killed. Children. I don't give a fuck about what's going on over there. I mean, about Donald Trump and his bullshit he doing. This shit is all distraction. I'm not paying attention to that bullshit. Now, if you a lot of you Americans want to pay attention to this bullshit, you go and pay attention to it. And that's why these politicians keep fucking us over. That's why Trump is doing what he can. He continue to do what he do. It's a bigger plan. He want everybody distracted over there, so everybody focus over that motherfucker and not focus on the crimes that he's committing here with his goons and how he's trying to steal the 2026 midterms. And y'all keep paying attention to that bullshit over there. I'm not calling it bullshit, but what he's doing is bullshit. Listen, people, if this was, you remember when Joe Biden, when he was trying to, which was Trump deal, but he went along with it and tried to get our people to come from out, I think it was Pakistan or Iran or whatever, and we was bringing our people home. And somehow American soldiers died, right, on the way out. And you see how that shit was news? That shit didn't leave for a long period of time, and the Republicans did not let that shit go. But our Americans die over there in this war that nobody knows why the fuck we over there. Nobody's talking about that shit no more. Democrats keep trying to bring it up, but the Republicans don't care about it more. They just keep telling you how bad Iran administration was and how the leader was all this. So what? Oh, he's a threat to America. Listen, people, let me tell you something. When the last time y'all heard about a terrorist attack? I remember Scott Jennings talking about, it was a terrorist attack happened. Listen, a terrorist attack for me is white domestic terrorism. That happens in this country. That happened more, and you didn't give a fuck about that. Why I would care about 2 or 3 of them? You didn't care about the other terrorist attacks that was way more than that. White domestic terrorism. You didn't care about that shit, but you want me to focus on some Muslims. See, that's their distraction. It's always about race. They don't want to talk about the white domestic terrorism in this country, but they want to talk about anytime a black or a brown person commit terrorism in this country, it's an issue. They don't even call it domestic terrorism. They call it terrorism when a black or a brown person do it. But white people, it's domestic terrorism. No, it's terrorism. They are terrorists just like the motherfucking Taliban is. You going to school and kill children? Motherfuckers, you don't even know. Terrorism. Whatever the reason or why you did it, doesn't matter. You kill innocent people. What the fuck do it matter? I don't give a fuck why you did it. Or what side you on. You can be left or right. I don't care. You a terrorist. You killed these motherfuckers. Never mind. Let's move on. These motherfuckers killed children, people. But they want us to, and they was okay with it. They just need more guns, and that'll stop it. How'd that work out for us? How'd that work out for us? move on.
Before a minute. Do you think that saying that a
Hold
Mexican
on. And I want to bring this up before I move on. You notice we're having a mass shootings. They're not even talking about it no more. You notice that? Mainstream media, even social media. Nobody's really talking about it that much. It's not a big issue. Does everybody focus on this dumbass war or some dumbass shit with Stephen A. Smith and like this dumb shit? But anyway, let's move on.
Judge could not do his job because he's Mexican? Do you think that's racist?
Yeah, probably, but it's not something.
Yeah, okay, so we're
No, he said, yeah, probably. Listen, if I say, let's just say, I say as a black man, this white man is being racist. He's not going to look at black people. He can't do his job because he's a racist. White people will come out and say, why are you bringing up race in this? Why he can't just be doing his job? Right? That's what they say. You sound bigoted. Right? Let's just go off of that. Right? Let's go off that narrative. A white man tells a Mexican brown person that he disagreed with him about a law. And the only reason he did that was because he's racist. I mean, I'm sorry, because he's Mexican. I'm sorry. That's a probably. And you actually said it because he was Mexican. It's like that psychology, like that what's the word for that? Reverse psychology that racist white people like to do. Oh, he can't do his job because he's Mexican or he's black. Right? But then when black people say it, and we got facts to back a lot of our shit up to say it, oh, we race baiting. Or now they call us racist. Oh, you the racist now. You being the bigot. Okay, well, if that's the case, go off your narrative. So if we say it, right, because of the race, right, and we got facts to back it up or whatever, and Trump says it, ain't he being racist? Because why would he bring up race? See, that's my problem with racist white people. You try to reverse psychology on us to try to reverse racism on us, but your racism still show. Because he said probably he's been no. Going off your narrative, if a black person says that to a white person, listen, I'll put it this way. When have you ever heard a black person say to a Mexican, unless we got some type of proof, right? Like, you know how many, let's just be real, you know how many black judges, you know how many Mexican judges that sentence black people, and you never heard black people come out and say, oh, well, he did that because he's the Mexican motherfucker, he hate black people. Or the judge hate black people. He can't do his job because he's black. Or he basically went against me because I was black. I mean, because he was black. Or that judge sentenced me and gave me the sentence or disagreed with me in that court process because he was Mexican. You never heard black people say that. Ever. What you would hear is black people say, these motherfuckers corrupt. But don't get me wrong, if a white person do some shit like that, of course black people be like, hey. Because it's a history there too. There's a history here. So you might hear that black person say, you know what? Hey man, he doing this shit probably because I'm black. We gotta think that way. Because the history of the racism in this country, we gotta think that about white folks. See, my thing is about white folks, regardless if you good or not, do you understand that that's what y'all do? A lot of y'all people do. You assume black people is a certain type of way because of the color of skin. And now some of y'all getting upset that we may feel that way about you because of the color of your skin. It don't feel good, do it? But we've been dealing with this shit for a couple of hundreds of years. So I don't know why y'all so upset. Or you calling it race baiting or whatever the fuck you call it, or you trying to do reverse racism. You call it whatever you want to call it. It just don't feel good, do it? We judging you by the color of your skin. You don't like that shit. You don't like that. That's why I said. That's why it's almost hilarious to me that when racist ass white people start saying, oh, so they start calling us racist. That shit is funny to me. Because it's almost my response to it. Oh, you don't like when you think somebody being racist to you because of the color of your skin, huh? Don't feel good, do it? But you've been used to black people just going along with y'all racism. And say, well, I don't know if he's racist though, but he said something real racist. Used to them, oh, I gotcha, black people. Oh no, I'm not gonna say that about you. You said some real insensitive and racist shit and bigoted shit about my people and me. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think you're racist. See, we ain't them type of black people, and you used to those type of black people. Look as time has changed. Now, hey, my black folks, black Americans, now we the racist motherfuckers just for calling out racism. Because of the shit that they say and who they associate with and how they think. But we the racists now. But anyway, let's move on.
Now, brother, do you think that saying that Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs, which was not true, he never apologized for, which is a really horrific, disgusting trope about black immigrants, do you think that's racist?
That's just him saying people are eating dogs. He got bad information.
No, he didn't say people. He didn't say Irish immigrants, which is a large number of undocumented Irish folks in New York.
You see how they lie? And I know he's seen that shit. He's talking about, listen to him again. Hold on, let's go back. Listen to him, how he tried to justify it.
That's just him saying people are eating dogs.
True, he never apologized for.
My bad.
Which is a really horrific, disgusting trope about black immigrants. Do you think that's racist?
That's just him saying people are eating dogs. He got bad information.
No, see how he did that? He said, that's him saying that people was eating dogs. This is how racist, this is why I don't like racist white people like this. This is in a closet racist trying to pretend that he's not racist. Right? Trying to justify his racism. He said that somehow he was saying some people, right? Which is a lie. And he knows it's a lie. Because he didn't say some people. He said Haitians. He didn't say the Jews, the Mexicans, the Black Americans, the Mexicans. He didn't say none of them. He said the Haitians, which is black. Right? They came over this bitch to do us a favor in Ohio because the economy was fucked up. Yeah, they benefited, but Ohio, that white community benefited. But the racism of racist people in that community that's poor as racist white people, was so mad that the Haitians came out, came over this in their community and outworked them, and was working for less. Listen, I always tell you, I never have a problem with immigrants. I got a problem with racist ass immigrants and bigoted ass and coon ass and sellout ass immigrants. They the problem I got a problem with. It's the difference. But the immigrants that come over here and work their ass off and do what they do, that work jobs that none of us work, I salute them. I got the utmost respect for them. But he didn't say all these other different races of people. He said the Haitians, which was black. That race is black. The African continent. What are you talking about? He was saying this about who's in people. Do you know anybody in Haiti that's white? But anyway, let's move on. Go back a little bit. This is white supremacy at their core.
Which is a really horrific, disgusting trope about black immigrants. Do you think that's racist?
That's just him saying people are eating dogs. He got bad information.
No. He didn't say people. He didn't say Irish immigrants, which is a large number of undocumented Irish folks in New York. He said Haitian immigrants. He said Haitians, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Racist or no?
Billies are eating the dogs. It wouldn't be racist. It's just an ignorant thing to say and repeat if it's not true.
Would you agree that racism?
Okay. And he still won't admit that this shit is racist. He said, well, that's some ignorant shit to say. And now the brother is getting ready to break down what a racist is. It is sad that I guarantee you this man is grown enough to comprehend. But the problem with him trying to comprehend and trying to get him to see that what he's saying is like he's siding with racism with these Trump supporters. Some of them know better. I ain't gonna say some, a lot of them know better. Even though they're trying to pretend they're not racist because they probably hang around minority groups and black people, probably friends with them. But they can't help how they've been raised. They've been raised as racist. They wasn't born. They wasn't born to be racist, but they've been raised to be racist. And he's justifying some shit that you shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to justify this. There's some shit you'd be like, yeah, that's some racist shit. Yeah. Right? Like if some anti-Semitic happened to a Jewish person or some racist shit happened to Jewish people, I'm like, yeah, that shit racist, bro. When Kanye West said what he said, I didn't say, well, try to make all these excuses for him and he talking about Hollywood. Listen, I know racist. Listen, you think I don't think that it's racist ass Jewish people in Hollywood? Yes. But for him to be like going off on this racist Jewish shit, oh nah, nigga, you out of pocket, yo. The only reason you can't be racist in this country because you ain't got no power. Because soon as that he was racist to them Jewish people. Look, he was a billionaire, wasn't he? And he was up out of that bitch. We didn't have to do nothing as black people, to a certain extent. Some of you even ignorant as black people was sitting there talking about, oh, we still love his music. He's still a genius. No, he's not a genius. He's not a fucking genius. Let me tell you who was a genius and died young. Tupac. Did you ever hear Tupac? And he was very more educated at 25 in his 20s than Kanye West was, that he is in his 30s or 40s or get ready to turn 50. You've never heard the Tupac disrespecting Jewish people the way this goofy ass nigga did. And the only reason I say he was a bigot is because he ain't no power to be a fucking racist in this country. As soon as he got racist with them Jewish people, what happened? He lost everything. He wasn't no billionaire no more. Well, we came to find out he a half a billionaire. That's what he is. That's what he got. Literally in his bank account. We come to find out, I keep telling y'all that shit. Stop believing these people are billionaires like that. If they lose some shit, or these motherfuckers turn off their faucet, what they really are. We don't even know what really Tyler Perry is. He might be a billionaire. He might be worth $1 billion. What happens when they turn that faucet off? We thought Diddy was worth $1 billion. What happened when they turned this faucet off? He ain't worth no motherfucking billion no more. Ain't nobody talking about Diddy as a billionaire. You know what? I take that back. Because I believe y'all don't really know how much Diddy was smart. Let's be real. Say whatever you want to say about Diddy. Diddy was smart, nigga. They couldn't touch Diddy money. Usually when them celebrities get in trouble like that, they can touch their money. They never touched Diddy money. Not like how y'all think. But we did come find out that Diddy ain't as worth as much as you thought. And like I said, I don't even say, you know what? I take that back. Because we don't know how much money Diddy could have put up. Diddy probably could have put up $500 million. He probably could have put that up. But I think when the motherfucker put up $50 million for bail, assets, all that shit that's worth that. If he got $50 million of assets and they still wouldn't let him do that, wouldn't even matter if he put up $100 million of assets. And I guarantee you he probably got that. And money. Listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Diddy. I'm not sitting out there. But I'm going to tell you something. Diddy is a smart motherfucker. Because he understood. Nigga, I'm not putting this shit in my name. A lot of the shit I got. Put this shit in my mama name. And he's most likely, probably, and I guarantee he's probably, if something happened to her, he's going to receive all that money. I guarantee you. Or his kids. He might have got it set up that way. But guarantee you that. I ain't going to say I guarantee you, but it's most likely that. Diddy set his shit up very well. I think Diddy understood. Like, I think Diddy got caught up in the industry. I know I'm going off a little bit, but I'm just saying. I believe Diddy set his shit up right. I think a lot of niggas, even though you think Diddy did some horrible shit, whatever, when it comes to money, I think y'all need to really think about that shit. Some of you motherfuckers out there, like, yo, nigga, put your money in a different space. Especially when it comes to your money. There's one thing about them businesses. I think Diddy was smart. I think, listen, as fucked up as Diddy was, I think he was smart. Because do y'all really know how much Diddy really worth? Right? He couldn't get that $50 million bail shit. But I think that shit is on purpose. Because there ain't no motherfucking way, if this nigga worth $1 billion, you don't think he worth at least a half a billion? Half a billion? You think he couldn't put up 100 million? You don't think he got $100 million worth of property? I know he at least got that. I think Diddy and his lawyers, he knew, nigga, in this situation, he knew, and they wasn't gonna let him go. He threw up the 50. 50 ain't nothing. Diddy was smart. And the bad part about it, Diddy he be home by what? 2027? 2027, 2028? He might be home 2027. He might be home next year. Diddy might be home next year. 2028, he gonna be home in the next 2 years. Y'all not understanding. Listen, say what you want to say about Diddy. Diddy was smart. And listen, if his mom passed away, God rest his, don't wish harm on her to pass away or nothing like that. But if his mom passed away, where do you think that money going? I believe Diddy probably got that money under his kids. That should go to his kids. So when he get home, he gonna be fine. Listen, I believe Diddy got enough money, even if he gonna be gone. But he been locked up for what, about 4 or 5 years now, maybe something like that. For his time, he been home what 2000. Like I say, about 2027, 28, he be home. Come home. Diddy might gotta take a little time off just to get back and do what he do. But knowing Diddy, he might come back and get right back into the shit. You never know. And like I said, he don't even have to be in the spotlight to make money because of the times we in. He don't have to be the face of some shit. He can just invest in some shit. And like even now, you don't even know what Diddy is probably invested in. Right now, he locked up. You don't know what he's invested in. That's the crazy part about it. People really believe like they really understand shit. You don't. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, people, I'm back. Let's get through this shit, man.
Is ignorance.
Yeah, of course. And it comes from
Okay,
both.
so here's the impasse that we come to. That you've already conceded, and I can go down a longer list. You've already conceded that 2 out of the 3 things he's done has been racist. And the Confederacy is egregious. But also blaming a plane crash on DEI, also saying that Black people can relate to him more because he has a mugshot. See, here's the impasse, Rick. That for me, and are you a person of color? Are you Black or brown?
No.
And listen, and let me say this. That's why that shit was so insulting that he said that. Even for some Black people to pretend that, like, even when Stephen A. Smith came out and tried to defend that, you know how insulting that is? It's a stereo trait. It's a stereotype. But imagine if somebody do a stereotype against Jewish people, how offended that they would be. So people are sitting out here talking about, well, why Black people are like, why y'all are so upset about that? No, like, dude, nobody who if any street dude is relating to Donald Trump because he got a mugshot, like, dude, that's how lost you are as a Black person. Like, you get what I mean? Like, it's a stereotype. Like, why would you be thinking like that shit is okay? And for Stephen A. Smith, I understand that. What do you understand about that? First of all, Stephen A. Smith, you have never committed a crime. You do not have a mugshot. And just because you grew up in the Black community, you still don't know how it feels to have a mugshot or be arrested. So what are you talking about? Why would you think that because somebody tells you that some ignorant nigger would tell you, well, yeah, that shit makes some sense? What? That shit don't make no sense. You should have pushed back on that. Instead of allowing certain Black people to be acting like, I can understand that. Understand what? Trump he became a criminal because of some effect of privilege. A lot of people that got criminal records or Black people that got mug shots and shit like that, that's because of the lifestyle they lived. It had nothing to do because they was privileged to get away with shit. Like, that shit goes deeper than that. But anyway, that's how racist and bigot that shit was. And then to see Stephen A. come out and defend that shit, that's why people was like, yo, you're a fucking sellout, bro. Who the fuck thinks like that as a Black person? We relate to that. We can't relate. And if any Black person, I don't give a fuck if you in the hood or not, or you come from where we come from, that's why you vibe with Trump because he got a mugshot like you. Then, nigga, that's the problem with your ignorant ass. Who the fuck glorify having a mugshot or being arrested? Stupid, ignorant Negroes. The fuck out of here. Nobody glorifies that shit like that. That's the stupidest shit in the world. Unless you live that life and you just ignorant and stupid. I live that life, so it was ignorant and stupid. So I understand it. But motherfucker, don't sit there and act like that shit makes sense though, because it doesn't. Even though I understand it because I lived the life, doesn't make it make sense. That shit is stupid. You got some white man that been a con artist all his life and he get arrested. He had privilege all his life and somehow he connect to what your struggle is. Bullshit. Trump was raised rich. I mean, he was born rich. He was rich before he even came out the womb. You motherfucker, before you came out the womb, you living in the hood. You didn't have anything. A lot of Black folks. What the fuck? How he relate to you? Does he got a mugshot now? That's the stupidest. Anyway, let's move on, man. This is the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. Let's move on. Go back a little bit, y'all.
and that black people can relate to him more because he has a mugshot. See, here's the impasse, Rick. That for me, and are you a person of color? Are you black or brown?
No.
Okay, got you. So just rock with me with this. As a black person who's been called the N-word, who knows people that are deeply impacted by this administration, folks I know who have lost federal contracts and so on, it is hard for me to be friends with somebody who would support a racist with their vote. See, it's easier for you to dismiss.
No, hold on. I want y'all to understand this whole talking point of this Trump supporter, this racist piece of shit, is he's saying he doesn't understand that while black people are not like he don't understand why we won't be friends with people like him because he voted for Trump. He can't understand that. This is the whole conversation, but the reason of the conversation. But anyway, let's move on.
To Rick, because you aren't a black person. But for me, it's not easy. I have friends specifically who are impacted, Rick. I have friends who have lost their jobs. 300,000 black women have lost their jobs under this administration. When it comes to the racist birther movement, which he never apologized for, when it comes to questioning Kamala Harris's blackness, saying that she just turned black, that's disgusting. So it is hard for me and for other people.
Listen, as I said, like, it's like, listen, you saying that shit, like, for Trump to even say that, like, oh, she just turned black. Like, how you know that? You ain't never been black. And you have a reputation, or your resume shows that you don't even like you don't even want, back in your day with your daddy, you didn't even like black people to live in your buildings. And just because in the 90s or whatever, Trump is a drifter. He's a drifter racist. He's about money. He's a scam artist. He's a racist, but it's about money with him. So when he got the Al Sharptons and all that other shit, the rappers and all that other shit, that shit was a drift. He didn't really care about them black people like that. It was about fame and greed and racism with him. He didn't really care about black people. He didn't care about our issues. Name an issue that Trump, before he even ran for president, that he fought for. Other than Al Sharpton or whatever, he let them own the building. That don't mean shit. What organization that he helped push to help the black community? Name it. He have never done it. It was about him. Listen, Trump is a scam. Listen, people want like to say Trump ain't a racist. Listen, he's more of a opportunist and a what's the word I'm looking for? He's more of an opportunist and a scam artist. It doesn't matter who he fucks over. At his core, that's who he is. But he don't mind being racist to get what he want either. So it makes him even worse. He's the scum of the earth. He will use black people. He will use white people. Trump he should never be president. He should never be in some type of, I didn't say president, but he shouldn't be even president, but he shouldn't be in power to control anything. The man don't care about people. He care about himself. That is the most dangerous motherfucker. And then he used racism when it's convenient for him. He like black people when they agree with him, but he don't like black people when they disagree with him. Well, when he can win, he can make something out of it. He hate them black people. He liked the racist white people. He liked the racist some of the minority groups. He liked them when they're against their own. That's a racist. Oh, because he hates some white people. a lot of racists hated white people that didn't agree with them. That didn't mean that they wasn't a racist. Let's move on.
To have a relationship with somebody who would use their vote to support this man. And maybe it's hard for you to understand that because you are not black and you are not impacted by directly from racism. So I hope you can get that, man. I hope you can understand that. Now the things that he has done and said is straight up bigotry.
But see, and like I said, he can't understand it because he ain't black, so he won't understand it. That's number one. But then number two is this victimhood of white people that don't like these same racist white people that don't like to be called racist, and they support racism. So you dealing with two different types of people, and they may be all one, but some of them not. They just like this. You dealing with this shit. You racist because you bring up racism. Like what? But then you use racism to justify your bad behavior. So how the fuck am I'm a race baiter or I'm a racist when you use race to defend your bad behavior or your fucked up point of view? But anyway, let's move on.
It is wrong. And someone like you aren't holding him accountable for it with your vote. So a lot of folks feel like with your vote, you are complicit. I hope that makes sense, Rick. I hope you can get where I'm coming from. This is personal.
Listen, and he can't. Because you get right here, what he get right say, he can't understand that. Because you already said it already. He's a white racist. And I always say this to Trump supporters. It is nothing to say to me that will justify or why you voted for Trump. Because Trump stands for racism. And I can back it up of why he's a racist. So you trying to sit there and say, oh no, that's not that. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I know my facts is factual. You're making it up because somehow you trying to justify your racism. I'm backing my shit up. It's not just off of how I feel. I'm backing up of how Trump is a racist off of facts. You're backing it up off of feelings. Not facts, feelings. But anyway, let's move on.
Personal for me. So I hope that makes sense to you because it may not be personal for you. Go ahead, Rick.
The problem is the alternative is unacceptable. That's how bad Trump, how we see Democrat nominees. That's unacceptable. The way they think, the things they want to do. Those are things. Being from Texas, obviously conservative.
And that's bullshit. And that's the talking point. The alternative, Vice President Harris was bad. And what they won't tell you, the reason they didn't want to vote for her, because number one, she was black. Number two, she was a woman. Okay? You have to understand what black conservatives are. They are male chauvinists. Right? Like when I say certain women, I don't mind you being what you being. You want to be a whore, you want to whore yourself out with certain women, and you want to do that. You want to whore yourself. That's you. You do that. Understand there's consequences with that. Right? I'm not going. When you start speaking about certain issues, then yeah, we got an issue. But if you just want to live your life to be this prostitute or whoring yourself, that's you. I don't care about that. I genuinely don't. Live your life. If you think that shit is okay to do, then do it. But don't you ever come over here and start talking about other people's morals and principles. That's my issues with women that whore themselves. It doesn't matter what race they are. And it got nothing to do with me being a male chauvinist. I'm far from that. Okay? Listen, listen, this is how much I stand on it. If I got a fucking cousin, or my nieces, or godkids, or my daughter, let's just say my daughter young now, she's 10. But let's just say they grow up to be whatever that's on you. I don't have to accept that. And you can't get mad of how men treat you. Yes, it's a double standard, just like it's a double standard with men. When men talking about, why is it that women can put their hands on a man and we can't do that? We can't do that to them because you're a fucking man. It's a double standard. Just like there's certain shit that a woman can do. They probably can kiss a woman, dance with a woman, shake their ass on a woman. They can do that. It's a double standards. That it just is what it is. But no man, you better not see no man out here shaking their ass on another man. Nigga, we can be like, oh, that shit is gay. It is what it is. When people be like, oh, when you see these older women fucking with these young boys, and you see men be like, some men be like, oh, because most likely it happened to us. So it's a double standards, right? That doesn't mean that it's okay, right? And if we just ignorant to it, that's one thing. Listen, just because a part of me like, because I grew up that way and it happened to me, doesn't mean that it's okay that a woman fucking with a young, imagine it was your son, older ass woman, and her fucking, she 25 or 20 something years old, and your kid is 16, and she is teacher. You're gonna have a fucking problem with that. Right? But as a man, you're gonna be like, he was getting some pussy. But that's the male and female type of shit. But if you got a daughter and she young, it's different for a lot of us. You ain't gonna look at it like, oh, she getting a pussy dick down. Like, you know what I mean? Because you're a man and you listen, and number one, you know what you have done in your life. But the other thing is, if you're married to a woman, it's a difference. Nobody want to talk about this shit, but when you fucking your woman, right? Your wife, your woman, or whatever, right? Ain't that somebody's child? If they grown or not, right? Why is it that a father, if you with their child, their daughter, regardless of how old they get, you think they daughter, you think that father want to hear about how you dicking down your daughter? Dicking down their daughter. Fuck no. Shit, not even the mama don't want to hear that shit. Oh, I'm digging down your daughter. Ain't no woman want to hear that. That's their kid. Nobody want to hear that, regardless of how old they get. There's certain conversations you do not have with your parents. That's like, let's just say, that's like me calling my dad and saying, hey man, it ain't his kid, right? My wife ain't his kid. This is his daughter-in-law. He might feel a little fucked up about it, but if I'm talking to him as his son, he gonna feel more of his son of you. I'm talking about sex of dicking her down. He might feel a little bit more comfortable. But if it's his daughter and his son-in-law called and was like talking about sex with him, nigga, you know how uncomfortable this shit will be? Nigga, hold on, nigga. He'll stop that, nigga. My dad will stop that. No, nigga, don't talk to me about that. Whoa, that's too much. You're doing too much. Like, people got to stop acting like shit don't exist. It's a double standards. No man is wanting to hear his woman getting dicked down. I mean his woman or his wife. I mean not his wife. I'm sorry. His daughter getting dicked down. Then his son is out there fucking with an older chick. Yeah, it should be wrong morally, but a lot of men, I can say a lot, some men, listen, it's about a 45. I say it's 45% that probably don't think that's that big of a deal. But it's the other 55 that probably may not see it as much of a big deal. Right? That's on some man shit. Right? Because you swinging the same shit that your son is swinging. So it's a little different. Right? But I would feel like it's an issue. I found out it was if my son or my nephew or some shit like that. I'd be like, oh, nah, bro, that ain't good. Because I know better morally. Right? But a lot of motherfucking men don't see that shit as the way I see it. Like a part of me, when the shit happened to me when I was young, a part of me still don't see that big of a deal about it because I still don't think it harmed me as much. But if I'm morally and I really think about it, yeah, it harmed me. That's why I am probably more closer to women in my family than dudes. Because dudes in my family thought a lot of shit was okay, and I know I'm older and they don't think I can't have that conversation with them. A lot of dudes, if I ever listen, a lot of my homeboys and friends of mine and shit, and family members and shit, man, they listen. I had conversations with some of them, but and they big up. They was like, nigga, what you complaining about? I can't talk to them about like I felt like I can't talk to them and say I got sexually assaulted as a young teen. You know what I mean? Because it's normalized. But to have that conversation with them even now, with some of these niggas, they probably wouldn't see nothing wrong. They probably like, nigga, what you tripping on, nigga? You know what I mean? So even though I know what's wrong or what happened to me, I didn't even know sexually I'm a little fucked up. Oh, what I found out too as well, did research. A lot of not a lot, but it's about a good 30 to 35% of men that been sexually assaulted by a man or a woman, right? They in the porn a lot. They in the porn a lot. They trying to figure out their sexuality, right? They trying to figure out, especially with a lot of men that got, or young boys that got sexually assaulted by men when they was young. That's a whole nother different dynamic, but it brings in that shit. If it's a man or a woman, it's about 35 to, I say 35 to 40. I think it was that. It's like 35 to 40. There were a lot of men that are addicted to porn. Right. We just are. Right. Like, because I don't think I'm addicted to porn, but I watch porn. But you wouldn't watch porn like that if you wasn't sexually assaulted like that. It's like that 35%. And I put myself in that 35%. Because I believe I watch a little too much porn. In a way. Right? Like, I don't think I'm obsessed with porn and no shit like that. But I just think that I watch a little too much porn. Right? And I've been watching that shit since I was a kid. Right? But I don't think it was mainly because I was I believe, yes, it was part of that. But I think a lot of my shit came from, nigga, I wasn't getting no pussy when I was young like that. A lot of niggas that was my age was getting pussy. I wasn't. Even when I was about 8, when I started watching porn, about 8 years old. A lot of my homies was having sex already. Shit, I had a homie that I knew at 12 had a kid. You know, he got a chick pregnant. Had his kid about 13. Shit, I knew dudes that was having sex with chicks around, they was at least around like 10, 11 years old. Maybe, I think it was 8. And one of my homeboys was already, you know what, he could have lied too. So, yeah, because I remember, I ain't gonna lie to you, I remember the first time I tried to have sex. I was real young. I couldn't even stick it in because the shit was tight. You know what I mean? But, yeah. Nigga could have lied, but like I said, he could have been having sex with an older chick. She could have been way more developed than the chick that I was fucking with. Well, I tried to fuck. But like I said, like, people don't really understand that shit. Like, yo, these kids, and then now you got these kids now, it's way different than when I was growing up. So these kids, young girls, young dudes are way more advanced. Right? So when they about shit at 8, they way more developed than we were. Just body wise. Right? So it's way different. I tell people that shit all the time. Like, these kids, like, that's why I don't hate on the youth like that. Because, yo, they going through way more shit than we did. You know what I mean? We coming through our OGs, our elders. We just dealing with their fucked up shit. Right? These young kids is dealing with our shit and the new generation of shit. Technology, all this other shit. Their bodies developing different. You know what I mean? So it's just different, man. That's why I don't even hate on young folks like that. Ain't no, not even hate. Just like I got a problem with young people. Like, I really don't. My whole thing is, like, I'm not mad at them. I just tell them motherfuckers to respect your elders. That's my whole issue. I know you're gonna do what you're gonna do. You're gonna do some fuck shit. I get it. But respect your elders, man. You know what I mean? Respect motherfuckers that came before you. Respect your OGs. Like, I'm OG. I'm not an elder. Not yet. God willing, hope be an elder. But I'm not an elder. I'm an OG. I ain't trying to change, you know, like, these young niggas, they don't really doing. Like, the tight pants, I talk about a lot of shit they do. That's just some shit that I'm just not cool with. But, nigga, do your thing. Like, I'm not hating on no young nigga like that, man. But when the young niggas stop listening to the OGs, like, even me, I'm the tweener. I'm not old, but I got old beliefs. But I'm a young nigga in a way. I get y'all. I understand where y'all come from. You start listening to niggas like me. But if niggas like me, like them niggas, listen, I put it this way. If the niggas is 45 to about 35, you gotta listen to niggas like us. Niggas that's over 45, you can't really listen to them niggas. Them niggas old, man. Niggas old. Can't listen to them. Sorry, because not all of them. I'm just saying a lot of them old. They old bitter niggas. Because you got to think about it, these niggas didn't have it. But they had it. They was big time. And that ain't not nothing. They not respected. Right? And that came from my generation. Right? And it mainly became because some fact them niggas got locked up, they dead, or they lost everything because they was on them drugs. Right? So the young niggas that's younger than me, they don't respect those niggas. But we do, right? And my generation, we do. Because without them, nigga, it wouldn't be y'all. It wouldn't be me or y'all. And mind you, our generation of the drugs and shit, people on drugs, it skipped our generation. Now it's y'all generation. You niggas get high. We didn't do the drugs that y'all doing, man. All that shit y'all doing is crack cocaine. And that's why you niggas dying off fentanyl. That shit crack, bro. That is pure. The fentanyl y'all talking about, they just renamed it. Nigga, that is pure crack. If niggas did pure crack, back in the day, they would die. It happened in the 80s. I don't know what y'all thinking about, bro. Young niggas, y'all sit out there and y'all understand, man. That's why history matters. That's why listening to your OGs matter. I know y'all be thinking we boring, but I'm telling y'all doing the same shit that motherfuckers older than me. The generation before me, they was dying off that shit. Listen, I was saying earlier when I first started, all my aunts, uncles, a lot of them, I was talking about that's dead now. Nigga, they body all fucked up. They got lucky to live this long. They bodies are broke down from crack and health issues. They didn't take care of themselves. And then in the black community, you know, we didn't give a fuck about health and shit like that. You know? Motherfuckers do drugs and shit. Like, nigga, they didn't have the technology. Nigga, they ate whatever they ate. They drank what they drank. They did the drugs they did, nigga. They didn't really know. That's why you see a lot of them dying. They didn't know, bro. Y'all know better and y'all still do these fucked up drugs. And you fuck around with the fentanyl and then you niggas just died or something. Oh, yeah, nigga died. It was, nigga, he took fentanyl. We come find out he took fentanyl. Okay. Like, nigga, what? Listen, y'all more advanced than us, but y'all ain't smarter than us. Because y'all don't really experience shit. You really don't. It's like, it's a certain portion of y'all that get it. It's a certain portion. But the rest of y'all don't get it. Y'all keep trying to disrespect OGs and elders and shit like that. Like, you niggas are the new, y'all our elders now. Like, the shit that y'all do, y'all doing what our elders do. That's why, like, this shit be shocking to me. Not shocking, but I kind of get it why my elders are passing away. And nigga, they did a lot of dope and crack and shit. All the shit that y'all doing. Y'all don't think y'all doing that shit? Y'all was just as ruthless than the elders. That's why I'm be understanding the elders. Like, what the fuck are y'all mad about the young niggas? Y'all was them. It's another way you come and holler at the young niggas, but you got shit on them. It's the same way. It's just a disconnection. And I heard like let's talk about a podcast with all the niggas is around my age and maybe like a couple of years older than me. Jim Jones and all them, they was like, oh, they get the young niggas. You get the young niggas because you still trying to be them niggas. That's why. You niggas still out in the clubs. Still trying to be what those young niggas are. You can pop up here and there, but it's the lifestyle they live. They gotta kind of keep up to make it seem like they not lame. You get what I mean? Listen, for me, I don't really give a fuck about young people feel like I'm cool. I'm real fuck about that. Honestly, to the young motherfuckers, I love y'all. Don't get that shit twisted. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm lame. Nigga, I had a hard life. I don't give a fuck about if you think I'm cool or not. I'm lucky to be here talking to you motherfuckers. So I don't give a fuck about if you think I'm lame or not, or what I say and how I move, or how I dress, or anything like that. Nigga, I dress to impress me. I don't dress to impress you or anybody else. Let me just say this too. Listen, I come from a time, nigga, that where like how you dress, right? You got bullied in the hood. You can't dress a certain type of way. You can't wear certain shit. You niggas got a different generation where y'all motherfuckers can wear old shit that we couldn't wear. Shit that was played out. Even in the 2000s, you could wear that shit now. Back in the day, nigga, we had to keep up with the style. And if you ain't had a style, you got played. But y'all can do that now. You can wear some old shit and make it fly that we made fly. So show your fucking respect to your elders and to the OGs, nigga. Because there's a difference. There's a difference between OGs and elders. And there's a difference to you young motherfuckers. Honestly, this shit is crazy. I always try to sit there and try to pretend like young niggas, you gotta learn respect, man. That's the problem with some of y'all. You cannot keep running around disrespecting the OGs and the elders and think that niggas gotta respect you. It's not happening. Especially from an OG like me. I'm not gonna respect no young nigga that disrespect their OGs and elders. Unless they deserve it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna bullshit you on that because some of these OG niggas be out of pocket. Some of these elderly niggas be out of pocket. And like I said, when motherfuckers get an elder type of situation, and they ain't got no power, no shit like that, you let them be. Let them talk that bullshit. Man, sit your old ass down. We ain't trying to hear that shit. But if motherfuckers got some power, then yeah, we got to check them motherfuckers. I'm be with you. I'll be right along with you. Check them. If any of us an OG like me, check them niggas. But they old like that, they ain't got no power like that. Let them be, man. Excuse me, they ain't got no motherfucking power. They got not power, but they ain't got no influence like that. So that's what I'm saying to a lot of y'all. You young niggas. I know y'all be frustrated, man. I know y'all want to do y'all thing. This y'all time. I look at this shit all the time. This y'all time, bro. You know what I mean? That's why I don't not try to take away from what y'all do, man. This y'all time. I remember my time. I get it. My time. Listen, every time somebody pass away that's older than me, I know I'm closer and closer to that. You know what I mean? So my thing is I don't want to disrespect y'all. Because I want y'all to respect what I put in or people in my generation put in for y'all to be who y'all are. And hopefully y'all get it. Maybe y'all won't, but hopefully I keep pushing for it. Them old motherfuckers, they pass away, they die like that, nobody cared. I'm going to tell you the worst shit ever. You die young and nobody remember you. Or two, you as old as you is, and you just, nobody gives a fuck about you. That's the worst shit ever. It's the worst shit ever. I'd rather die young with impact or die in the middle with an impact. If I die old, die with impact. You know, you want to be respected. I just tell everybody that. That's why my whole thing, you want to be respectful, man. You want to be respected. You don't want to be no ignorant young nigga where nobody cares either. You know what I mean? So that should go a lot of different ways. Like, nobody gives a fuck about you being an ignorant young nigga like that. Nobody cares about that shit. And nobody cares about no old ass, bitter ass old dude mad because he ain't got the space no more. He ain't used to who he used to be, but he had to change. You get what I mean? Listen, I'll tell people this. I never had to change because of society. I changed because it was the right motherfucking thing to do. That's the difference from old niggas. A lot of these old bitter niggas, they had to change. They had to get out of the game. They had to do what they had to do. Shit wasn't working for them. Right? I knew how to move around the streets. I can move around the streets right now if I wanted to. If I really wanted to. But nah. That shit was too stressful for me. I always tell people I got out the game because the shit was stressful for me and I lost a lot of people. People died around me. And that shit affected me. You know what I mean? And like I said, I always tell people, it's not about a tough shit. It's about, people died around me that I cared about. I lost people in my arms. I watched people get their head blown off in front of me. So like my how I think about shit is way different than a lot of motherfuckers that come from where we come from a lot of times. I didn't get out of the game for the reasons that people got out of the game. I got out of the game partly because I needed to get out of the game because it was too stressful for me. I always was stressed in the streets. Always stressful. Always was stressed out and shit like that. And then I met my wife, and that changed me. You know what I mean? And I had certain good people around me that was trying to get me out of the streets, but it was still niggas that kept trying to bring me back into the streets. And I did the Nipsey shit. I was almost like, I had 1 foot in the game and 1 foot out the game. I did all that shit. So I didn't do this shit. I didn't get out the game for the reasons that a lot of people get out the game for. You know what I mean? I always tell people I got out of the game because I got lucky. That's why I always believe it's a higher power, but I don't know who it is. But I got out of the game for a reason. It's a reason why I got out of the game. Because I've always been dead a lot of motherfucking times. I hung around with wrong people. I did a lot of fuck shit. Amen. I got little niggas that I knew wasn't really like that. And they got killed. You know what I mean? I was in the game like that. I've been in situations, and them niggas got one situation where shit got real and niggas get killed. So I've been in those situations. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't move like everybody else move, bro. And I don't look at shit the way people look at it. You know what I mean? Even my wife sometimes is like, she be like, you looking at it? I'm like, nah, just don't look at it that way. I don't supposed to be here, bro. In my mind, I think about that shit a lot. I don't supposed to be here. All the shit I did, shit I hung around, people, motherfuckers that got murdered around me and shit like that like they was more talented. They had a lot more, like, if they just got the chance that I had, I think they could have been better than me. You know what I mean? So, but they didn't. They died. They got killed or they got murdered or whatever it was. They're not here. And I made it. And so that's how I look at that. I'm a representation of them. You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. The thing about that shit, like, people be running around pretending that this gangster shit is really real like that, right? They want to talk gangster and shit like that, but you don't. If you ain't, how much is this gangster shit you can really accept, right? And they say, well, I come from it, I live it, blah blah blah. But if that's all you can say, right? You don't have no other side of that. You just live that life. I come from it. Yeah, and they can't tell me shit, But if you don't live the other side of that, you don't know shit. You just live a street life. You trying to live a gangster life. You trying to live some young shit, right? Like with the young motherfuckers, you see them, they be like, nigga, that's why all I know. I actually get that. Because that's all they know. They don't know shit outside of that. They ain't lived no life, nigga. They hopefully they be blessed enough to even get to the point that where I'm at, to even think about that shit, the way you come from. Ask these young niggas, a lot of them that live their life and they come from it, and ask them, say, hey, do you even think about how far you came? No, they thinking about the time that they're in the street shit, they can't even think that. That's what I'm talking about wisdom. Excuse me. You can't have wisdom if you only live in one lifestyle, right? Or the moment that you in. There's no wisdom there. It's like even for me, I'll be 45 this year, God willing, in another 2-3 months, right? Talking to your elders, right? It's even difficult for me because they've been living life, bro. They look at life way different than we do. They see shit way different than even me. And I'm closer to their age than y'all are. Young folks. Like, and that shit is difficult. I sat around, I'll tell you the real truth, I sat around, I was at work. I just was having a bad day. And this was yesterday? That was yesterday. I went to work yesterday. What's the day? Wednesday? Yeah. I went to work yesterday. That's how I know my mind is all off, because I can't remember days now. And it happens when people pass away that I'm close to, and my days get real fucked up. And I was sitting there talking to, I was in the middle of the hood, nigga. I'm middle of the hood working yesterday. I stopped for this weird reason. Not weird, but it was, I look back at it, it's weird for me. Like, I usually don't talk to people. I said that I was in this badass mood, right? It's almost like I felt something coming, but I didn't know. So I was expressing some shit that I've been bothered about, but I wasn't expressing what I really was upset about. And I stopped. I was on a route. I was on my route. I stopped. And I was at the end. Damn near at the end, right? I'm talking to the brother in the middle of the hood. I deliver his package, whatever. And out of the blue, I just start talking. Talking about I'm mad about it, whatever, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, okay. And he stopped and he talked to me. He was sitting on the porch. He was chilling. He was on his porch. I said, man, I just came back from, we started talking about that, and then we started talking about more stuff. And mind you, I know the brother is older than me. I know he's older. I know he's older. But he let me speak. Get my frustration out. He came, said whatever he said too, right? About certain shit. Just went back for, we could have talked. I'll put it this way. Me and this elderly brother, we could have talked for fucking, we could probably have sat there and had some beers and chilled out for hours. And I was only fucking with him for about at least a good 20 minutes. I should really stop. Usually I don't do that shit. I don't take breaks that long. I take breaks for about 5, maybe 10. I don't take no 15, 20-minute breaks. But I actually sit there and did that with him. And I look back at that shit now and I was like, that was some shit I needed. Because I knew what was getting ready to happen. Right? You need to get your frustration out sometimes. You need to open up. Talk to people sometimes. You know what I mean? That you don't know sometimes. And like I said, I believe in the higher power, but I just don't believe in religion. Listen, higher power was like, you may need to talk to this elderly brother. I think he was like 60-something years old. Elderly. He ain't look it though. He looked pretty good for his age. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Middle of the motherfucking hood. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a crazy bad neighborhood, but around it is bad. Right? Like a block could be good, but around it, run that block could be bad. You know what I mean? So drama comes. So it wasn't like this crazy bad neighborhood, but around where he lived was bad. That's why I be trying to tell people all the time, it ain't about what y'all think it is. About when it comes to the hood, everybody in the hood ain't bad. Everybody ain't fucked up. The elderly, there's elderly people that, as a matter of fact, on that block, that delivered to the house. It's an elderly lady lived there. She had a daycare center. But around that motherfucking block, nigga, shit is fucked up. Around that neighborhood is fucked up. Motherfuckers be doing fuck shit. But nobody fuck with this elderly woman at all. It's certain levels of respect. Now, like I said, listen, this ain't everywhere in Baltimore, but in certain parts in Baltimore, motherfuckers in the hood don't fuck with. We don't touch that. This woman been there, shit, at least for good 20 years, elderly woman. I've been saying this shit since I was in my 20s. And I ain't even from West Baltimore, but when I did go to West Baltimore, I seen that shit. Nobody fuck with this lady. I ain't gonna put her name out there, nothing, but nobody play with that elderly, one of our elders like that. People don't play like that. Certain motherfuckers you don't play with, and she, mind you, in the middle of the fucking hood, or part of a certain hood, like she in the middle of that shit. Nobody play with her. Nobody go fuck around, do all that shit. Them kids, yo, and it's people in the hood that work. They like some of these young single moms and shit. They go there and be like, "Oh, you could like this is a daycare center, nigga." Like this is shit that happens in the hood. Like people always think that everything in the hood is all fucked up. It's not. It's not fucked up like y'all think, man. It's not. No, listen. Like I said, I only can speak for my city. It's not all fucked up here, bro. Motherfuckers, this woman is our elders in the middle of the fucking hood. And the guy was talking to the middle of the hood. Ain't no real fuck crazy shit happening. Not saying nothing around them doesn't happen, but nigga, doing it like certain time, like ain't nothing happening, bro. We ain't hearing about no kid getting killed from or people bringing their kids. It ain't none of that. Nobody play that, nigga. Nobody play with. Like I said, man, everything, excuse me, everything in the hood ain't bad, man. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, people, I'm back. Yeah, I'm supposed to talk about the Nick shit. I'll do that in the next live stream. I definitely went over on this shit. Like I told y'all, I deal with death differently. Like sometimes I got a study being sad and hurt by shit. I try to be positive when I feel death. Because motherfuckers really don't understand about when people like everybody get real emotional about death. Right? People get very emotional. And they don't think about like imagine the youth, they don't even understand it, right? But when you in tune with death and you been around death and shit like that, some people that live in denial about death. Like you got people around you that think like that. And so now you gotta be that motherfucker that kind of, like, you can be naive about it, or you like kind of how I be a lot of the times. But it's not even like I'm naive about it. I deal with death differently. Like I said, I told y'all earlier, I said I don't deal with death, people dying. I expect that. I didn't been around death since I was a kid, like since I was 8 years old, right? Seeing a homeboy, an older dude that was a home, one of the big homies, die on a dirt bike. But now I didn't see him, but knew he died on that dirt bike. That shit impacted me. That's the first death I ever experienced. Shit, I probably was younger than that. No, was I 8? No, I was probably 7. I was probably 6 or 7 years old, and that shit impacted me. I was 8. I'm sorry, I was 8. And yeah, that's why I say 8. Yeah, I was 8. I had just turned 8. It was around the time of my birthday, summertime, around my birthday. I had just turned 8. It was like right after my birthday or some shit, and he got killed. Well, he didn't get killed, but he died because he was on a dirt bike, and the dude that was actually driving the dirt bike actually lived. And then he died because he was on the back. And he went high, like a light pole. He went high, he went over the light pole. Whatever happened, I think it was like a car or some shit. I didn't say something. It was like a car. Something with a car. And the motherfucker hit that, and went up over the light pole. And I don't know the dynamics of a fucking light pole, or how high that is. But if a motherfucker come down off of a light pole, you come down from a light pole. If you fall from a light pole, there's nothing to. When you come to concrete, you're gonna break everything. You're gonna break some bones. You're gonna die off of breaking bones, right? But he popped up and went up. He came down on his head. He was instantly dead. Head got splattered. Brain, everything. I didn't go to the funeral at the time, but to go back to know people that knew him, they didn't do an open casket. His brain was everywhere. Like, all this shit was fucked up. He landed on his head. And not to be on the homo shit, he was a very good looking dude. Right? We used to call him Pretty Tony. Yeah, that nigga, that shit was a rap. That was my first death ever knew of. Changed my whole fucking entire life. Even though his cousin that was younger was my age, was my bully. But when I had encounters with him, he always treated me good. You know what I mean? He was OG in the hood. But his cousin used to bully me, and then I remember I whipped his ass. I remember he said, "Hey, that's how you do. You fight back." I remember him saying that. Because I used to get my ass whipped in the hood. Got bullied in the hood. But and he showed my mom respect. He never disrespected my mom. She was on that shit or whatever. And the crazy bit about it, let me put it real, because mom be acting like I be tripping. Listen, my mom, nigga, my mom was on that shit. And used to sell my mom dope. You know what I mean? So you people like, oh, you can respect the nigga that sold your mom dope. Look, nigga, she got high. And then at that time, I didn't know that I sold dope. I promised myself I would never sell dope, but I wound up doing it. Because my mom was doing it. I said, I never sell that shit. But I wound up doing it, so how can I judge this nigga? You know what I mean? You know. That's why I said I'm not a judgmental type of person like that. I just go off on certain morals. If you say you stand for something, that's what you stand for. You know what I mean? That's my thing. But I don't like motherfuckers, being hypocrites. That's my issue. Stand for something. If you're not going to stand for it, then you can't speak about other shit. That's always been my issue. I don't give a fuck who you are. But nigga always show respect to my mom. You know? But yeah, that was my first death. And that's why I look at death the way I look at it. Like, ain't nobody, and I think he was shit. Man, he wasn't even no more than 21. Maybe. Shit, he might ain't went that old. Shit, he might have been 2021. Maybe. He might have been that. It was so long ago. That was the first death I ever seen. And after that, I just started seeing people that was younger than me or my age dying. When you see a nigga die, a nigga that's younger than you that got a future, and he get murdered, and he die in your arms. Yo, you look at life different, bro. Nigga supposed to have been out of the streets. I feel even responsible for it because I can get into the shit, but I won't. But he ain't supposed to have been in that. And I'm young at the time. I ain't no more than like maybe about 19, maybe 20. I'm still young too. Ignorant, wet behind the ears and shit. And my young niggas, they young and shit, man. They out there and niggas getting in the shit. Niggas don't know the scope of the fucking streets and niggas spark a beef and shit just go left, bro. There was a lot of people who died, bro. A lot of people died in that beef. A lot of beef. It's a lot of motherfuckers died, man. You know, I never question God or how people die and shit like that, but that shit is probably the only time I kind of question shit. I was like, damn, they ain't supposed to have been here. Like, this shit ain't supposed to happen with this person and shit like that. And that shit happened. And then the crazy shit about it, the motherfuckers like me and a lot of niggas that was older than me, we was outside, nigga. Like, we was out there. You know what I mean? We ain't even die from none of that shit. You know what I mean? And, then years later, one of my big homies, he died. He ain't died from the streets, nigga. Just died from complications of being sick. You know? It wasn't even about the streets. So I look at that shit like that. That's why I don't even look at shit the way people look at that shit. I tell you, people die the way they die, bro. They can die tragically. They can die sickness and shit like that. I don't look at it as hurt when people die. I look at that shit as I get hurt. Like I told you, it's not how they die. It's how I always tell you is how people it's not how they die. It's that I look at it, I'm not gonna see them again. Right? I'm not gonna see these people again. And to hopefully, not for sure if I die. Like I'm not gonna see them no more. They gone. That's a wrap. That's what hurts. It doesn't hurt that the people that died, because that's life. People die, bro. It's that what hurts is that you're never gonna see them again. That's what hurts me. And like I told you, I can't tell people how to grieve and shit like that. Maybe that's my grieving mechanism or whatever it may be. But I don't I'm not I'm not as hurt as much or sad as when people die. Because I get it. People die in different ways. Everybody ain't gonna die the same way. And at the same time, you don't know when people gonna die. You really genuinely don't know. So when people die, of course it's gonna be shocking, but it shouldn't be that shocking because people are going to die. All of us are going to die. That's why I don't get as emotional when people die. Right? I don't get as emotional as others. I really don't. I know people gonna die. The problem is people get emotional because for whatever reason they get upset to a certain extent. People get upset when people die. They were like, oh, I can't. It's almost like people, I can't believe they ain't supposed to die. No. People are going to die. You are going to die. Everybody is going to die. We just don't know when we're going to die. So a lot of people, when you see people a lot of times emotional about death, and I ain't trying to knock people for that, but I'm just saying a lot of people get upset and get emotional about death because they, they don't have this thing that where they don't understand that people gonna die. We all gonna die. You gonna die. Everybody gonna die. Nobody knows when they gonna fucking die. Motherfucker, you can listen. Everybody right now that's upset about a family member dying, you can go to sleep in an hour and don't wake up. That's life. You don't know when you're gonna die. You just don't. And for people, listen, and I'm not trying to knock people for being emotional about certain shit, but you gotta understand, everybody gonna die, bro. That's why I deal with death differently. I can't tell people how to deal with death. Death hurt. It affects people in different ways, but it doesn't for me. Like, now, I ain't gonna say it doesn't affect me. It affects me in a certain type of way. I just don't look at death the way people look at death. People are going to die. So when people die, I understand why people die. Regardless of how horrible it is or whatever it may be. I get it. I understand it. My thing is always that, look, what I'm hurt by is I'm never going to see these people again. That's what hurts me. It's not that they died, is that now that they're gone, it's over. I can't call them. I can't say nothing. I can't do none of that. It's not that they died, because I understand that everybody's going to die. If that makes any sense to y'all. I think sometimes people think I'm being cruel or I'm not trying to understand, but I get it. I used to think like that. I used to be very hurt when people die, but I don't. Because I get it that people are going to die. We all going to die. Y'all can see me on this channel right now. I'm not trying to wish it or nothing, but I'm not going to be here forever. You know? That's why I tell people, charge the people that you fuck with or you say you appreciate. Charge that shit. respect them like you're supposed to. If you really care. You know what I mean? This ain't for clicks and likes, people. I don't give a fuck about that shit. But I'm just saying. Maybe I'm here one day, and I could be gone the next day. Not wishing it, nothing like that, but I'm just saying, like, understand that motherfuckers be thinking that we gonna live forever. Motherfuckers think that we can just go out here and just he can be, just trying to live my life and do fuck shit and disrespect people and shit like that. No, bro. Listen, if that's your choice that you want to do that, then fine. But don't get mad at other people because we don't want to do that. I want to have an impact. I just don't want to listen. I try to live my life the way I want to live it and live like, you know what I mean? But I still got to respect others. I just don't want to live my life just to be reckless. You know what I mean? I already live my life reckless. So that's number one. I don't want to live my life reckless like that. I got friends and family members. They be like, oh, no, we need this. Nah, nigga, I can't do that with y'all. And then motherfuckers get real. And I know some people, they get real serious about, like, even family members, we got to come together and we need to be family and friends like that. But they want me to change how I think. Right? And I recognize that, oh, you want me to change. Not that you got to change. Not that you ain't been fucking with me for years because you can't morally fuck with me. And then they lie and pretend that they ain't seen my channel. That's the thing. Listen, I told y'all something. I told y'all this a while ago. I said, I realized that a lot of my family members ain't really my family. It just was a time I went, I was with them. Right? I'm not close to them like that. I thought I was, but I'm not. And the people, my aunts and uncles that passed away, they the motherfuckers that I was close to. Right? But all my cousins and shit, I never was close to them like that. Ever. And I thought about that shit on real talk. I thought about that. I said, my aunts, because a lot, there was their parents and shit, right? I never was close to the niggas like that. Right? Like, I used to hang with their parents. Right? That was a difference. When I came in the game and I was in the streets like that, other than my one cousin, he didn't really hang around us like that. Because my cousin was soft and whatever. And he didn't really fuck with his dad like that, which is my uncle that I hung out with, right? And my uncle, my cousin Monty and shit. Like, the dude at that time, he got his head beat in, he wasn't right, shit like that. So shit was a little different when I finally was who I was at that time, right? In the streets. When I was out there like that, right? Not saying nigga ain't never do nothing for me. I never would say no shit like that. But he wasn't like that. And nigga was soft. Let's just put it that way. He was soft. He wasn't the motherfucker that he be trying to pretend. And or he might have was before he got his head busted. But my point is, a lot of these niggas that they parents was passing the wind shit, I hung around them. That's who I looked up to. I didn't look up to these niggas. I didn't look up to them. My cousins, my older cousins, I didn't look up to these niggas. I looked up to their parents. Nigga, I hung around their parents. I didn't hang around them. So it's a little different for me. Like these niggas, it's their parents. I get that, number one. But the other part is like, nigga, stop talking to me. I mean, like, I don't care because I don't come around. I don't come around because you niggas was never like me. We wasn't. I always been loyal. I never been a fake nigga. The problem is, a lot of my cousins, Even when I got out the hood, I used to always try to bring them around. My wife used to get upset at me. We have our little difficulties here and there about some shit. We went through our shit with that. I used to always try to bring these motherfuckers around. Always. I always was loyal. I always keep telling people that I'm a loyal nigga like that. I was loyal to these motherfuckers. What I didn't understand was, I always told y'all I'm an orphan. You gotta understand it. When I say I'm an orphan. I didn't get raised by my mom and my dad like that. It was personal times in my life where they both raised me, but they both got rid of me. These are facts. So when I came to a lot of my family members and shit when I was young, I was an orphan. When I told you I got raised by all my family members. I got raised by both sides of my family. So I'm an orphan. I tell people that. Even my sister is different from me. I'm an orphan. I always tell people, my mom, I love her. I remember certain things, but crack took over. Can't do nothing about that. Right? I ain't mad at her, but so it is. I'm too grown to be mad about that. You know what I'm saying? She was on that shit. It's the 80s, nigga, 90s, I get it. But then, even my dad, I go live with him. Nigga, you chose a woman on me. I can't even be mad at that nigga. That nigga he never knew how to be a dad. It proves it right now. Right? So it's certain shit. But I ain't mad like that. Right? And I probably did take certain shit out on them. I ain't gonna try to lie about that. I was hurt by it. But I think about it now. Fuck am I mad about, bro? I look at this shit, I had a great fucking life. And still having a great life. Nigga, you understand where I tell y'all where I come from and what my mom and my dad did to me. And they wasn't there for me and how I turned out and how I'm good. Oh, nigga, I lived a great life. But not a great life. I ended up good. I ain't mad at nobody, man. Fuck, I'm mad at these people for. I ain't mad at my mom. I ain't mad at my dad. I ain't mad at my uncles, aunts, whoever it may be, friends of mine. Fuck am I mad at? You motherfuckers, listen, just because I don't fuck with you, don't mean I'm mad at you. I just don't fuck with you because you ain't trying to hear me. I'm willing to hear you, but you ain't trying to hear me. So that's my point. But I ain't mad at none of these motherfuckers. He my dad. My mom, my dad still living. And they going through whatever they going through. Mind you, the crazy shit about it, don't know nothing about what they going through. Last time I heard, mom on that shit, she back on them drugs. My dad, he's sick. That's the last time I heard about anything. And the only reason I even know about that because of my wife. I don't even ask that. My wife don't even talk to me about it because I don't really care. She's like, the fuck I care about. Listen, I ain't never mad like that. I'm like, you don't care about your mom and your dad? Why? I'm an orphan. I'm an orphan, bro. And whenever listen, let me put y'all on game. This is how I know my parents don't give a fuck about me. Right? I was almost like I wasn't a mistake, but I was. Right? Because I wasn't what they thought I was supposed to be in their mind. Right? And it's because they was getting high, whatever. Well, fuck people. Right? Even now to this day. Because I'm not, so for some weird reason, even my dad and people from inside of the family or my mom and shit, they think that I'm supposed to be grateful. I just showed you that my daughter don't need nobody. As long as I'm alive, my daughter don't need you or anybody. And mind you, she don't even think the way I think. She autistic. So she don't even think the way I think or how I grew up. My daughter don't need no motherfucker. You think, listen, let me ask you a question. You think my daughter, like, seriously, what do you think about motherfuckers that ain't, I don't talk about, or me and my wife don't talk, we don't have to talk about none of you motherfuckers. But I do. That's my life. My daughter don't have to talk about none of that shit. It's not because we don't talk about it. It's just that I choose not to. My daughter don't need her grandmother on my mom's side of the family. She don't need anybody. My daughter's taken care of and whatever. And she got a grandmother. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get what I mean? Like, my daughter ain't never felt like she was abandoned. Now you ask my nieces and shit, and they ain't got autism, and maybe live with my sisters and all that shit. Maybe they might feel a certain type of way. But who fault is that? Mind you, I'm the firstborn. I should have had 3, 4, 5 fucking kids, did I? Like, I be like, even my some of my siblings, even my siblings, they talk like they got this thought process like I'm supposed to give a fuck about what they think. Like, motherfucker, you ain't lived my life. You say whatever you want to say about me. You ain't never lived my life. And just because you made your life harder, that's on you. I always tell y'all this. When I mean this shit from the bottom of my heart, this will separate me from people. I'm kind of glad I went through the shit I went through. Niggas, I live my life not with no regrets. And I don't live my life of being like I need these like motherfuckers talking bad about me like I need them. Like my family and shit. Like, I don't need you motherfuckers. That's blood to me. As I grew up in my own family, yeah, y'all helped me. But the motherfuckers that helped me is gone. You motherfuckers just sitting there acting like I need y'all. I don't need you. Listen, when we was together and everything was going good, nigga, I was who the fuck I was. Listen, I got plenty of cousins, especially on my mom's side of the family. Niggas leave the city. I ain't never left Baltimore. But one time when I had to leave, that's some Ohio shit. We'll leave that be. But I came back and I'm still here. Nigga, I ain't never leave here. Not on my own like I wanted to. I always been Baltimore. These motherfuckers leave as adults. I ain't never leave. I'm not saying I won't leave. I'm just saying when they leave through all the shit that they try to build themselves up to be to what they are, they got their life. And it's no disrespect. I'm cool with that. I'm not knocking them niggas for that. But nigga, I live my life and I'm good. And I got a respect of how I care about our people. And I ain't had to leave here. But these niggas try to talk about me like I ain't nothing. My own family members. Like, what the fuck out of here, nigga? You don't come back here. You don't come back to the city. And then when you come back to the city, you come back to fuck with whoever you want to fuck with. But I remember cousins and shit that one of my cousins, bitch ass nigga. Oh, you remember you let niggas jump me in the streets. That's what they did to me. See, like, I don't forget nothing. I tell all these motherfuckers, I tell you all the time, I never forget what nobody did to me. Ever. I can let some shit go. I ain't mad like that. But nigga, don't talk down to me. Because I don't forget nothing you did to me. Remember that. Just because I don't hold that shit against you like that. But if you start disrespecting me, yes. Fuck you. Fuck you, nigga. Oh, bitch ass nigga. Act like, oh, nigga, you did something for me. You ain't do nothing for me, man. I live around all family members. So you did I told you I was an orphan, people. I live with a lot of these family members. That they probably come out and say, oh, yeah, he live with me. Oh, yeah, Kenny live with me. He live with me. Of course they going to say that. I told you I was an orphan. I live with everybody in my family. Both sides. That's how bad my mom was on that crack. You would think I hate my mom, wouldn't you? I don't. I just don't. At this point in my life, I just feel like if she ain't clean and she ain't trying to get herself together, I don't really care. What's my thing? I don't really care about what my mom cared about. She ain't trying to get clean, get sober. I don't really care about what my mom think. And I never hate my mom, though. I'm who I am. I'm who I am because of her. I'll never hate her, but I'm not going to glorify her. Like she was the greatest thing in the world because she was, I see motherfuckers do that. Be like, oh, you know, she was part of your creation. So what? That don't mean she a good person. My mom ain't shit. My mom ain't shit. Never been shit. I'm gonna tell you, let me tell you some real shit. Right? Hold on. One second. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. This is gonna fuck your mind up. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, I'm back. Let me tell you some real shit. Tell you some shit that fucked me up. Always is. Even as an adult. You know what I mean? I'm the firstborn. I always tell y'all that. I'm always the firstborn. So I received all the pain, all the hurt, all the jealousy, all the envy of everything, right? You ever understand that sometimes, you ain't loved as you think you are, right? You think this your parent, they supposed to love you like that and shit like that, right? I believe deep down in my mom's psyche, right, at a pretty time, I think she loved me in a way, right? Never take that away from her, but I'm gonna tell you what my mom used to do to me. She always chose men over me every time in my life, right? Now, what happened was that outside of that, well, not outside of that, but it's the same shit. Do you understand that my mom, after that happened or whatever, that's when she was, I'm gonna tell you something, when she was sober, my mom used to show favoritism towards me. tell my sister, yeah, he's the firstborn, and you know, all of that other shit. Because she felt guilty. It wasn't really favoritism. It was she felt guilty of how she treated me or what she didn't do for me. And I was the firstborn, and I felt all the shit that happened in her life and mine. Because my mom was only 13 years older than me. My mom had me when she was fucking maybe 14, maybe 13, 14 years old. So we not that much older. I mean, she's not that much older than me. Listen, it was dudes that she fucked with, and it was like, I was like, oh, you got a kid that's 30 years old? When I was 30, she was like, yeah. And at that time, my mom was probably like 40, 43, 44, 45. Like, what? I'm like, what? 42, 43? I'm like, what? Dudes you from? And my mom like older dudes. And that shit is crazy. But like I said, I can get deep into that what she do. But it is what it is. All right? But my first a lot of her boyfriends was older dudes. Her husband was an older dude. He was an older dude. She liked it older dudes. And a lot of that shit came from, listen, my mom was molested when she was young. Through her whole childhood. So I never be mad at my mom like that. You can't understand that type of pain. I could talk about my pain of what I've been through and not feeling love from her and shit like that. How the fuck she showed love when that's our childhood? You know what I mean? Not be mad at my mom like that. For me, like I said, even going through the pain of my mom, how she treated me, I would never treat my daughter like that. I would never be that type of person, but that's me. But I can't be mad at my mom like that. That's a different generation. That's how they dealt with certain shit. They used to hide shit and, you know what I mean? And try to like shit didn't exist. So that's different. So I can't never be mad at my mom like that. You know? Even all the shit that she put me through, I can't be mad at her like that. Not my mom. I know what happened to her. My dad is different. That's a different thing. One thing about my dad, I don't know him. And my wife, and people might be like, oh, you don't know your dad and shit? Like, I knew who he was. Like, I've been on my dad since I was about me remembering him. Probably when I was about 7, maybe 6, maybe. But I know of him. See, that's the thing. I know my mom, but I know of my dad. I don't know him. I don't know who he is. Honestly, even through years, even with his family, that side of the family been around, they helped raise me. I don't know this nigga. Even when I was around my family and shit, that is on that side of the family, nigga, he wasn't around. Excuse me, they felt a certain type of way because he wasn't around. Bro, I don't know this nigga. I don't. Even still to this day in 2026, I don't know him. So it didn't really and I always tell people it didn't really shock me that my dad just all of a sudden did what he did, cut me off. It wasn't shocking to me. because I get it. I don't know this nigga, man. I don't know him. I'm just a Lord nigga in that way. So people, my family and shit like that. And it wasn't because of him. It was because of my aunts and uncles and shit that I grew up with on his side of the family that, you know, you show love. Like, that's what you do. I learned that shit from my family. It like, we loyal in that side of the family. We rock. But I came to find out that no, we don't really rock with each other really like that. You know what I mean? I got my mom's side of the family in me too. Like, nigga, do we really rock like that? This nigga don't rock with me. Like, you know what I mean? So listen, I put it this way. That's why I don't respect my dad. Right? And I don't have no love for him like that. That's because he can say whatever he wants to say about me. Right? I'm your son. At the end of the day, right? I ain't never did nothing to this nigga to hurt him more than he ever hurt me. Ever. Ain't nothing in my life I ever did to him or sided with people to hurt him. Ever. But he did that to me. And my dad sat there, act like me and my wife, we ain't do nothing. If that was the case, nigga, I would never fuck with you no more. His girlfriend that had brain cancer and shit like that, I don't like to bring that up because I don't like to bring her up, but that's what really I stopped fucking with him. Like, my daughter, she was a baby then. And we did that for him. Right? And then the motherfucker acting like I was in a fucking psychological fucked up shit in my head. Right? Thinking about committing suicide. I ain't perfect, people. Right? And my sister at the time, she crossed this nigga. I was thinking I can help her or whatever. I didn't know the shit. I was young, stupid. But I thought I could help her to get back, to be cool with my father and shit. Right? And the whole time he kept telling me, don't fuck with her or nothing like that. She turned around and she fucked me over. Right? Fine. You know what happened after that? You know what my dad did? He forgave her. Everything. She fucked me over. She back being cool with her. But the whole time you telling me, don't fuck with her no more and nothing like that. But now she stole something from me. She did some fuck around shit. Even my own sister that I helped raise, you sitting there telling me I need to get over that. I told her and my motherfucking dad, fuck God, man. We ain't good like that. And I knew shit changed after that. I try to make shit better, but it won't ever be better like that. You can't fuck me over. I ain't never been no trustworthy motherfucker like that. My sister can't say that. My father can't say that. Other than I was trying to get her to understand. She came, took care and shit. She's my youngest sister, and I was young and ignorant too. But I tried to get her to understand, like, yo, you know you fucked that over. You need to fix that shit. And I go back and I look at it. My sister at the time, she's still my sister, but at the time, you know, my sister was telling me, she was like, oh, he good. He'll get over it. She was telling me that. And I didn't even realize at the time because I was ignorant and stupid. Because she already stole from him and did the dirt that she did to him. And I was just trying to fix some shit. And I probably crossed some line. And At least I can admit that. But my dad ain't never been a fucking dad to me. Ever. Ever. And I always want y'all to understand something. And I want y'all to really realize this shit. My daughter was a kid. It was this woman. She wasn't married to the family. Not like that, but we loved her. God rest her soul. I ain't gonna speak her name, but God rest her soul. Nigga, we rode, me and my wife, we rode all the way to fucking Syracuse. 3, 4, 5 hours to Syracuse, New York. To show love. Because that woman meant that much to us. It wasn't just about him. But we did that shit because we respected her and we loved her. You know, that nigga won't even give me the fucking this. We got whatever our issue is. He wouldn't even give me that space of even talking to me. Because he mad or whatever the fuck. I don't even give a fuck what he mad about. But nigga, I did that for you and you ain't never been in my life like that. And you can blame my mom all you want. She didn't let you in our life. But when you had that, you couldn't deal with it. Because I wasn't that fucked up kid. And then, like I said, I can get deep into that, but I won't even get deeper than that. That nigga don't want to talk about that. He know better not to talk. Try to pretend like he was his dad. You wasn't no dad, nigga. I don't even know you. Listen, I can get real with y'all. Tell y'all how fucked up my life is that this nigga did to me. And I ain't know this nigga like that, but man, I told you my life ain't great, nigga. My mom was fucked up like that, nigga. I had to go live with this nigga. You know that he allowed his girlfriend to abuse me? Now apologize for it. Or he think, oh, just that one apology that he said that makes up for it. That's what he think. My dad thinks that. But you know what? It's an elder thing. It's an old nigga thing. But that's okay. And I looked at it like that. I said, okay, this is old shit. I let it go. But then that nigga, I started to realize, oh, this nigga really don't. He think I'm supposed to just forgive everything. All the pain, all of the abuse, and how they emotionally just fucked me up. And how I treat certain women or how I move in life. He don't care about none of that shit. He think I'm supposed to just get over it because somehow he just did that apology. And mind you, this nigga don't do shit. Listen, it's almost, I tell you, my mom used to do this shit. Right? When I got my shit together, I got my wife and shit like that. Right? I moved away, got whatever. And my wife, my mom got her shit together. She was fine and she got her shit together. Right? My mom used to think that it's okay for you to just, like for me, forgive her with everything she did. Because you know what? She doing good for me now. She good. That's what my mom used to do. Even though she used to choose men over me. I ain't even gonna speak on my other siblings, but that's what she used to choose. Men over me. So she sit there and she be talking about my dad, how bad he was and all this other shit. Woman, you used to choose men over me. How the fuck are you better than this nigga? And it's like my dad, he sit there talking about all that other goofy shit. Nigga, you had plenty of opportunities to fix our fucking shit. But you couldn't fix it because my dad really think that nigga, oh, I gave you an opportunity to fix some shit. Oh, nigga, you ain't giving me shit. I get to make mistakes. You don't get to tell me I can't make mistakes in my life, nigga. Even as an adult, you can't tell me that. You ain't never took care of me. And then, nigga, when you had a chance to take care of me, nigga, you chose your wife over me. You believe nothing, but I'm supposed to listen. This is how my dad even think. I'm supposed to forgive him because he just didn't know about his wife that was mistreating me and disrespect me or how that even looked. He don't even. He like, well, at least I understand. You don't even understand it. You just know what I said. You don't get it, nigga. And that's why you okay with still to this day. Nigga sick. I don't give a fuck. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. All right, people, I'm here. Yeah, listen, I don't do that shit that people do. Try to sit there and pretend shit don't happen. Listen, my dad ain't shit, man. I ain't talked to this nigga in shit since my aunt's death, and that was about 1.5 years ago. He and my sisters and shit. Like, I don't even talk to them no more. That's a waste of time, bro. Anything I'm tripping. Motherfuckers try to pretend, oh, you're drunk and all that other shit. I'm like, okay, cool. And these are the same motherfuckers that sit there and pretend that I'm this motherfucker that's this, right? But mind you, they never call they bullshit out. Ask my sister, who the fuck took care of you? Who your boyfriends and all that shit, niggas put hands on you and I was ready to kill niggas. Who did that? They don't even care about that shit. That shit could have ruined my whole fucking life if I'd have did it, because I would have did it. First thing I would have did, I know I'd have did it. You didn't give a fuck about that, though. You chose niggas over me. That you know that I'd die for you. But now, you know, it is what it is. I get it. You know, you wake up, you got your kids or whatever. Mind you, but my sister don't understand even now. You got mad kids. I don't. You don't. I don't. You ever had somebody that don't even really think about outside of themselves? That they just think about, this is about me. What you do for me. That's how my sister, that's how, you know, even some of my brothers and shit, you know, and family members, that's how they are. That's what they think. They think that I'm supposed to give a fuck about what they care about. I don't care about that shit. You motherfuckers know better. Well, matter of fact, I'm sorry, you don't know better. And then you sit there and try to pretend like I'm tripping. Nah, bro. I've been living this life a long motherfucking time. And like I said, and just because I'll put it this way, respect where I come from. Respect what I stand for. They can't respect that. So that's why they mad, they angry. Even my dad. Even certain family members. Nigga, respect where I come from. Respect what I'm saying. Even friends of mine. Homeboys of mine. You can't respect that. Because I always did shit to fuck with y'all. Even my own homeboy. Nigga, I love my niggas. But nigga, no, I don't get to continue to live my life like that, nigga. That we was the street niggas. Our loyalty is what it is. But nigga, I don't have to be loyal to fuck shit. Sorry. I mean that shit. But that's how they are, man. That's how our family members are. That's how a lot of my niggas are. Can't call them niggas. Can't talk none of them. Niggas think that I'm tripping or I'm over exaggerating. Or motherfucker told me I'm drinking. I'm a drunk. Like, okay, cool. If I'm not, then nigga don't ever call me nothing ever again. I mean that shit, man. Fuck out of here. Niggas mad at me because they still live the same ways of how they live to society. I'm not saying you gotta live the way I live. I'm just saying don't disrespect the way I live and how I handle shit. That's my issue. Motherfuckers acting like, oh, you know, even family members, they be like, oh, well, I'm supposed to do what they think I'm supposed to do. Nigga, I don't have to go to no funerals. I don't have to go to nothing of what you talking about. I don't have to do that. I live life. I watch people die in front of me. I got people head blown off in front of me. I try to give a person CPR for them to live. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't get to tell me how I'm supposed to react to shit or react to death. Who the fuck are you? I don't give a fuck you family or not. You don't get to dictate that to me. I mean, my sister said, she said, oh, you should just go. You know, no, I don't have to go. And I ain't go to my Uncle Chuck shit. I ain't go to it. Because you know why? You know what happened? They didn't give a fuck about my Uncle Chuck. You know why? They thought the same shit I thought. They just didn't want to say it because they wanted to be all nice and shit. They wanted to be nice. Because it's death. Right? He did. So they wanted to be nice. So you know what they start trying to do? I'm talking about how nice he was, you know, all that. Man, fuck out of here, man. They couldn't stand my Uncle Chuck. They was mad at my Uncle Chuck because he lived his life. He drank. He did whatever the fuck he did. He got a stroke and kept drinking. He didn't give a fuck. But they won't tell you that. They want to sit there and pretend he was this great nigga. Listen, my uncle was good to me. Never lie about that, but he wasn't good to some of them, and I ain't mad at them for that, but they ain't got to lie about it. They ain't got to lie about it. And I ain't got to go to his funeral to tell you how great he was to me. To celebrate some bullshit that y'all don't really care about. You're only doing it because some of you think it's the right thing to do. Fuck out of here. Listen, people, I set a standard of like, I'm not going to people's funerals just to be going to it. Sorry. Because it's the right thing to do. I'm not doing that. Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck if they family or not. I'm not doing that. So, no. Listen, I'm not wishing death on nobody ever. You know what I mean? That's not my thing. But if something happened to my dad, I don't really give a fuck. I don't really care. People are like, oh, damn, Ken, you sound bad. You so harsh. I don't care, bro. He died, bro. I don't care. He don't care about me. Is he talking to me? I'm his son. We're life. Is he talking to me? Is he calling? I don't know the last time he called my daughter. Oh, he's sick. Okay, cool. But nigga, you should be calling more. How about that? He ain't calling. How do you fuck with people that don't fuck with you? I never understand that. I'm just asking a simple question, my people. How do you fuck with people that don't fuck with you? And then they sit there and try to pretend, oh, you should have did that because somehow you should be better than that. No, nigga. No, I ain't no better than you. Sorry. You listen, nigga, you listen, if my dad ain't talking to my motherfucking daughter and she alive, he ain't talking to her, trying to hang around her, get to know her more. My daughter getting older. Why the fuck he ain't talking to his grandkid? That nigga only give a fuck about what he care about. So fuck that nigga. I don't care about that shit. Like that's what I be meaning. Like people be trying to act like I'm supposed to care about what the fuck they care about. I don't care. That shit go both ways, yo. You can't tell me I gotta care about you and you don't care about me or care about what I care about. At least show some type of initiative. What is my dad ever showing an initiative? Nothing. Now listen, the one thing I will apologize is not going to my uncle's funeral. But if I went to my uncle's funeral and I'd have sat there and pretended, I probably would have snapped on everybody. And that's why I didn't go. But I should have went anyway. Because maybe I should have snapped on every fucking body. Maybe I should have got out the gate on these motherfuckers. Even my dad ain't shit. You ain't shit, nigga. Trying to sit there and act like you good. You ain't shit. The fuck you talking about? Think about that shit, man. Yo, you don't forget shit that people did to you. You don't forget that shit. Even my cousin Mike, like nigga, like yo, nigga, your mom passed away, nigga. I came. He got mad at me, and I get it. At the time, I probably shouldn't have said certain shit. But he was upset. He told everybody, I don't think Kenny coming to the funeral. Why would you think that? If me and you that tight, we cool like that. I talk to you more than anybody in the family. Why would you think that? Because we got in an argument? Fuck out of here, bro. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. The reason I didn't show up my uncle shit was all the shit that I heard when I was there. And the aunt was in the ground. And I don't like, and one thing I don't like is when people are dead and people trying to sit around and pretend like everything okay. It's not. You hurting. You know what I mean? People are hurt. Y'all hurt. But I told you, I can't tell people how to grieve. But at the same time, don't sit there and get mad at me because I handle shit differently. That's my thing. You get mad at me because I don't handle shit a certain type of way, but then I'm okay for you to handle it because it affects you. That doesn't mean because that shit affects you doesn't affect me. It's just that I deal with it different. My uncle died, nigga, I dealt with that shit different. And like I said, the reason, it was a selfish thing. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I said, they don't need me there. They hate me. They don't fuck with me. They don't talk to me, but I gotta come up when people die. Or they want me to come, they'll never call me, say nothing, trying to get with niggas and all that other shit. Since my aunt died, try to do some shit. Right? Nobody talked to me ever. Right? So now all of a sudden, my uncle died. All of a sudden, oh, we need to all come together now. Somebody died. I don't like that shit. Sorry, y'all, my people. I don't like that. Only time we gotta come together when people die. Fuck out of here. I ain't talking to these niggas. They ain't talking to me. We ain't hanging. None of that shit. None of my cousins. None of us hanging. None of that shit. Calling niggas. What's up? Yo, what's going on? They ain't calling me nothing. But now my uncle died. Now all of a sudden we gotta get together now. What type of fucking relationship is that? What type of fucking family is that? We ain't fucking family, nigga. You playing around with people dying. Or we only get to come together when people die. Nah, bro. That's not how I roll. And I'm sorry. And that's why I don't fuck with them niggas. That's why I don't fuck with none of no family. They can feel how the fuck they want to feel. My dad, any of them. Even my grandmother to a certain point. I don't give a fuck. And none of y'all call me just to be calling them motherfuckers, see what's going on with people's lives. None of that shit. People die all of a sudden. We all got come around. Come around when people die, though. We all got to come around people when people die, though. Aunts, uncles, they die, though. We got to come around. We got, hey, get the fuck out of here, man. I told y'all, man. Fuck out of here. I told y'all, it's the same way how I feel. The shit I'm talking about, what I just said, it's the same type how I feel. Is that these are the same people take no responsibility and get mad at me because I feel a certain type of way about people just like, you know, my dad and shit like that. Like, oh, you know. Excuse me. Who the fuck cares about Kenny life? Ain't care about my life, bro. Excuse me. Even my mom. She fucking with her husband and shit. She didn't care. You know what my mom used to do to me? That's what I meant to tell y'all. You know what my mom used to do to me when she was sober and shit? You know what she used to do? She tried to give me money, pay me off. Let me give you something, son. All the pain or whatever. Let me give you something. Because you need money and all that shit. No, even though my wife had me. She got me, nigga. I ain't need no money. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all some real shit. You know, in my closet, all that materialistic shit that I wanted back in the day that my mom couldn't give me, that shit in my closet, and I don't even wear it. I don't wear none of that shit in my closet. Nothing. However the time. Listen, that shit is just there. I got shit on tags in my fucking closet. So materialistic shit don't mean nothing. They think that though. My mom, my dad, they think that. Even my fucking family members, like, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you like that. Motherfucker, I'm financially okay. I got money. I'm gonna take care of my motherfucking self. I don't need you to take care of me. But they don't want to deal with no emotional shit because they never was emotional people. And I'm starting to realize that shit. That shit fucking me up right now because I'm like, yo, now I get it. They want shit. Even my sister. Always be real about that. Right? Like, I mean, my sister, like, you talking that gangster shit, right? You talking all that shit like, I need you. I thought we needed each other. Put it that way. That's not happening no more. My sister don't need me. That shit is nigga. Even like, it was the crazy shit about it, right? I thought some shit, right? I called my nieces. I went through some shit. They ain't never even call me back. Because they think a certain type of way. If I call my mother-in-law to this day and I say I need some help with some shit, my mother-in-law is calling me back. That's a difference, bro. But, you know, I understand. Like I told you, I understand. Motherfuckers ain't my family. Real shit. Listen, I love my nieces. They my nieces and shit. But I get they don't care about me like that. And part of it is because of me too, because I don't give a fuck about their mom or their family member. So that's a certain type of way, and they get it. But yeah, if you know the real, the motherfuckers ain't out. She ain't my family. My sister ain't even my family no more. How the fuck you not fuck with me? How the fuck you don't got my back? All the shit I sacrificed for you, but you know, she don't care. And if you think I'm using that against you, then talk to me about it. But she don't even want to talk about it. She just go off and do her thing and shit. I ain't even know certain shit about her life what she was dealing with because she don't talk to me. This is the shit I'm saying. These motherfuckers be sitting there pretend like I'm supposed to know what the fuck they going through, but you don't even talk to me. And then try to make it seem like, oh, he been drinking or whatever. He been fucked up. Okay, boy, if that's the case, then I can stop drinking. I can stop doing all that shit. It won't stop you from not fucking with me. Because we ain't the same people. Morally. That's the thing that they don't get. Morally, you ain't fucking with me. And that's what bothers you. Motherfucker sit there and act like I'm the problem. No, bitch. No, motherfucker. I ain't the motherfucking problem. You motherfuckers can't fuck with me. Morally. And that's your problem. I'm who the fuck I am. Don't ever get that shit twisted. I'm who I am. You ask any of them motherfuckers. I am who I am. I ain't never changed. I ain't never been that. Once I got my shit, I'm good. And what I mean by getting my shit, I don't play with trying to hurt people. Because we ain't together, nigga. But I'm not going to kiss your ass to act like we all good. We ain't good. Say my cousin, nigga, we ain't never good. Listen, I had motherfuckers, I knew this shit was over. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I knew this shit was over when I hit my cousins up, hit everybody up, aunts and everybody. I hit his wife up. I said, well, I'm sorry I ain't come and blah, 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 whatever. Or that I apologize for not coming and shit like that, but I don't fuck with the family no more. And she not like that. She usually hit me up on some shit, but she ain't never hit me up. And I respect that. Because what's she gonna say to me? That's my uncle. You know what I mean? I know him better than anybody, other than his wife. His wife know him more than I do. His wife know him better than his mom, which is my grandma. Fuck out of here. Grandma don't know that nigga. Not like that. Your woman takes over. The woman you with, she takes over, bro. She not nobody. Your mom is who she is, but unless your mom is in tune with you and that woman that you with, then that matters. But other than that, no, she doesn't. That woman doesn't know nothing about your relationship with that woman. That's a fact. That's why I be trying to tell people, man. I'm not into this shit of trying to get people to understand where I come from. I don't give a fuck. Really, I don't. Like, this shit is on you. Honestly, this shit is on you. It ain't got nothing to do with me. You motherfuckers, a lot of people is just stuck on stupid. This shit is obvious that people ain't who they are. People lie and say who they are, but they ain't got no motherfucking background. Listen, when I tell you who I am, that's a fact. You can look it up. I ain't no fraud. But a lot of these people, they try to sit there and pretend that they this and they that. They not that, bro. They are not that. Sorry, they are not that. Fuck out of here with that shit. Well, I say, like, when it comes to my mom, my dad, nigga, they can't lie to me. They can't make up no shit. They ain't gonna come out. Oh, you ain't my sister. They ain't gonna come out and say nothing. They know better. Or cousins. Anybody I speak about. First of all, let me just tell you something. These motherfuckers ain't gonna say nothing because some fact they can't do it anyway. They're scared motherfuckers. They not even living real life. They living a life they just live. They don't even live outside of what I'm talking about. OBI. Excuse me. They are just living life just to live it. They're not living no real life. Think about it. I called my niece, tried to get her to do some shit. You know, my niece wouldn't even call me back, and I told her I was going through a crisis. You know, she wouldn't do it, but she probably talked to her mom. Oh, he's just tripping. You know what I mean? Never called me back. It's okay though. I get it. I ain't mad at her, but I get it. That's what happens when you raise certain people. You know what I mean? My daughter ain't nothing like that. You know what I mean? Caring, shit like that. And I ain't got no real beef with my nieces and nephews like that, but I get it, bro. It's how you raised, man. I told you it ain't because you was born that way. It's how you been raised. And this shit crazy. My nieces are raised a certain type of way, so they don't, they know they listen. One thing about me, they know that I don't play like that. And I don't want to go too deep into that, but they know. They know. But they're not gonna fuck with me like that. I was trying to get some shit done or whatever, blah blah. I was going through something. You know. My nieces ain't even hit me back because we ain't that close. And that's real shit. Love them. Love my nieces, love them to death, but we ain't close. And that's why they didn't hit me back and none of that shit. It's because we ain't close. Because man, they mom ain't close. You know what I mean? That I help raise. There's always some different shit. I get it. But at least I'm honest about it. I'm just trying to sit there and pretend my sister trying to sit there like we good. Like, we ain't never good. Fuck out of here. You know? That shit be weird, man. These motherfuckers, he and my sister be sitting there telling me we cool. We ain't cool. We talk about our dad and shit. We're like, oh, no, I agree with you. No, you don't. You agree with that nigga. Or you try to play both sides. The fuck out of here. My sister ain't shit. Listen, I asked my sister this. And I'm going to leave it as this. I asked my sister this. And she, when his woman was passing away, right? Who she can't live with? But not can't live with. Who had to come out there and took care of her like that? It was my wife. It was my daughter. That was she was a baby. She just been born. That's what she know. That's what my daughter know her. And she won't leave her ever. My mother-in-law, same shit. We show love. Everybody in the family, or everybody came, my aunts, everybody came. It was my aunt. Everybody came, right? After that was over, right? Everybody came. You know what happened after that? Everybody in the family stopped fucking with everybody. That's what happened. Nobody fuck with each other no more. After she passed away. She died. That's all that happened. Everybody died, man. Everybody that was a part of that, other than my, you know. No, man. Just leave it be, man. I'm so like sick of people trying to, they care about people. They don't really. I just want to just go off nonsense. But it's okay. All right, I'm out. Leave y'all comments, hit that like button. Support your boy, Mr. OBL. Peace and love to the world.